Good morning, excuse me, sorry. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, June the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So in the main room, you guys can hear me, see my screen. Maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen in YouTube. Okay. So, yeah, what's happening? So, William or anybody, what was the other stock, the other prison stock that used to always trade like CXW? It's not TH. There was another prison stock. I just can't remember the name of it, and I can't find it in the competitors. There was another stock that used to always trade about the same as CXW. Geo, thank you. It is Geo. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Para. GEO. I want to see if GEO is moving down also. Yeah. So moving down a little bit, but I guess this is way more specific for TH and CXW. Again, I just looked at the headline, something about Texas closing down a detention center, and that is affecting TH and CXW. Meanwhile, what the heck is happening with Bitcoin? Look at Bitcoin. My goodness. IBIT, IBIT, Bitcoin is down, looking like it's around down 2,500, down to about 67,000. So Bitcoin taking a hit today, which is, I think, dragging down Hood. Take a look at Hood, HOOD. The reason I say Hood because they bought some kind of a Bitcoin play last week, Bitcoin company. The Bitstamp acquisition. So that was last week about Hood. So obviously, with the price of Bitcoin dropping, Hood will drop also. So what else is happening now? This is just a SPAC. I'm not even going to go over it. Nice. Okay, the BWAQ, Pixie, PIXY. Let's see if there's any news on Pixie. Don't see any news. Give me another moment, guys. My headline for IB seems to get messed up early on. Just for my news. Just give me one moment as I reload it. Anyway, I do not see any specific news on Pixie. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on Pixie, PIXY. Thank you, Les and Torty in our YouTube room. I understand. I've pointed that out to them, William, about the bad data on GME. I have no idea why that's happening. Exactly. I know what you're saying. I mean, I've got this is my gap up. It says it's at 20, got to 2906. I thought maybe there's, sometimes we get these topping tails or bottoming tails, but it's not there. So I have no idea why that's happening. But I've pointed it out to them and see what they pointed it out yesterday, though. Ah, good one, Chris. Chris analyzed all this. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, so those are prints. I mean, Chris Varley he took a look at IB, and those are prints on IB. So what we did as a company, because we were getting a lot of complaints about having these crazy topping tails on our charts, okay, and which were obviously bad prints, we removed them, but somehow it didn't make it into the scan, some of the scans. So that is the reason. So those are actually prints. Those are actually bad prints, I guess, because it is confirmed at IB that they were there. But so we're picking it up, the bad print, we're picking it up, but we're not showing it on the chart, which was because people didn't like it, which I agree, but unfortunately, it's just not making it into the scan. Anyway, let's move on. This is an earnings play. ASO is an earnings play, and down on earnings. It's a big gap down, guys. I mean, look at the weekly chart. It's been in a steady decline for several months now, but that's a big gap down on earnings through the on that weekly chart. And the next low looking left, not saying it's going to get there, of course, is around 45, 44, 45.50. It's got nothing to do with being a beta release, though, Harry. It really hasn't. If you recall, because Chris is right. We rarely see those big topping tails or bottoming tails. Used to see them all the time on the SPY. Usually around 8 o'clock Eastern time. Used to see them all the time, and they've been wiped out. All right, let's take a look at some other ones here. QSG trading higher after the company announced up to $20 million share. These companies are really starting to come out with these sort of PRs, press releases, announcing share buyback programs. Remember now, it says up to 20 million. Now, the other one that did that was SHLS. SHLS, if I can find it here. I don't see it anymore. Should be down here. There it is. Oh, okay. So SHLS doing the same thing. The board is authoring $150 million share repurchase program. It also enters into a $25 million accelerated share repurchase agreement with Jefferies. So has a little more oomph to it, I suppose. Okay. Remember now, these companies can say, "Well, we have the authorization to repurchase up to 100 million shares." Doesn't mean they're going to do it. PCSA, this was popping earlier. See if it's holding its gains, not at all. Yeah, popped up to $2, back down to 170. And the company announced efficacy results from a preliminary evaluation of its phase 1B. So it's a phase 1B, so it's very premature or early, let's say. ZZDG, this is a real cheap one, but it is an earnings play. Could be interesting. I mean, the next high looking left on a weekly chart is around 390, 385 or so. This is an earnings play. Nice gap up on earnings. Not very much volume yet. And here's another one, ZK, another earnings play, ZK. So this started trading as ZK not that long ago, back in May. So this must be the first time it's releasing earnings, ZK. AISP. Let's take a look at AISP. AISP. Yeah, they had some kind of a contract, a six-figure sole service contract with the U.S. Department of Justice. Okay, so that was the news. Low float probably. Actually, it's low. 23 million certainly is low, but it's not, as I call it, not crazy low, but it is a low float. Right up to almost $4 in the pre-market, pulled back. So as William pointed out, some kind of Apple announces Affirm payment products to be available for Apple Pay users in the US later this year. Okay. So that is the news for AFRM through the 200-day moving average. That's a pretty big deal, actually. Through that blue line you see in my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average, and 32.98. So very close to the next high, looking left on the daily chart. Yeah, I did not see any of that news, Captain Para, that you've been talking about with the Saudis, etc. I didn't see any of that news. All right, CMND. I did have this down on my list. CMND, CMND. See if it's holding. Not really. Again, another one that's popped up. 134, right back down to $1. Trading higher after the company announced advancement in its proprietary, whatever it is, based alcohol substitute. Oh, okay. Clear Mind. All right. Good name. All right, guys. 9/11. So let's take a look. So the market for a week open. Here's the SPY. Week, slightly weak open, and today's Tuesday, right? So I guess it's tomorrow is FOMC, etc. But the meetings start today. Don't really see too much happening. Well, of course, tomorrow, I guess, is FOMC, 10 o'clock quarterly services report. I don't know. I don't think that has a big impact. 1 o'clock, there is an auction, a $39 billion 10-year note auction. That's at 1 o'clock Eastern time. So that could have a bit of an effect on the market. I used to have TradingView. Why? Any specific reason? Are you talking about their LRC or, but of course, it doesn't help. I used to have TradingView. I don't have it anymore. All right, guys, I'm going to now take a look to see what's happening with the major sectors before the market opens. All right, well, and there's UNG, excuse me, UNG again, guys, UNG. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. Stocks that make up XLE, 68% of them are down from yesterday's close. That's what these numbers, these percentages refer to. Okay, look at technology. 70% are down from yesterday's close. Again, it doesn't mean that the market is tanking. Remember what this means. It just means that even if a stock was down, say 0.0001% from yesterday's close, it's going to make it into the red group. So it doesn't mean that everything is tanking. So what I'm actually looking for, though, is some kind of a warning. Hmm, Giula in our YouTube room. What I'm looking for is maybe a bit of an outlier. So when you have, say, retail, 76% is down. BJ, let's take a look. This is an earnings play. BJ is up, but on no volume. Yeah, Lilly had some news. Was it yesterday while the market was open? I can't remember. Might have been right here. Yeah, I think Lilly had some news and Alzheimer's news that the FDA had approved their drug for mild dementia. I think that's what it was talking about. Yeah, so the FDA advisory panel backs Alzheimer's drug. Trial data shows that the drug is effective in patients with early stage Alzheimer's. Benefits outweigh the risks. So Jeffries has raised the price target to 994 from 957. Boy. Now I am kind of watching GME, guys. I am watching GME only if it takes out 25. I think I have an alert set up here at about well, I got a few alerts, I guess. I think the alert, yeah, but 25, 24. Let's see if it breaks out over 25. If it breaks down underneath 23. Wow, no kidding. There are a lot of shorts available, Ryan. Yeah. This is the most I've ever seen at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, it's still 3.09 million available. So there are a lot of shorts available. Yeah, I see you guys talking about Thinkorswim, etc. I mean, yeah, I've had honestly, I'm sure I could count on one hand in the 8 years that I've had Interactive Brokers. Any issues with it being down or any hiccups? I have the odd hiccup with my news feed, but that's so minor. But other than that, yeah, I mean, as far as execution and all, I've had no issues with the IB for 8 years. Now, BWAQ, I did not mention this one. I know it's up. I know it's up 30%, but this is a SPAC, so I don't really care about it. Now, speaking of GME, it's starting to drift down now. GME shares dropped 12%, extending losses after failed live stream boost. Anyway, all right, guys, I'm just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. This one was a big one yesterday. RENB, but it looked. I mean, yeah, so many stocks did this that I saw. Not quite as dramatic, of course, but this RENB got up to 235, closed way down here, 148. hoping to see some better trends. Well, Stephen E. Smith, I'm glad you put the E there and you're not Stephen A. No, I don't. In fact, that'd be wonderful if Stephen A. were in the YouTube room. I don't know if that's why you put the Stephen E. to differentiate to differentiate yourself, or if you know who, even know who I'm talking about. Talking to somebody in their YouTube room. Okay. Well, PJ, just because I know the name doesn't mean I listen to him at all. But I'm somebody I know the name. All right, guys, let's take a look at ASTS. Somebody said they did a financing, right? Or am I wrong? Wow, look at that bottoming tail. Really? Okay, Stephen. Well, I've not had that issue, I guess, with Interactive Brokers, but hey, certainly not a shill for them. I believe me, I would switch in a heartbeat if it wasn't working for me the way I wanted it to. Okay, guys. So before I switch my layout, okay, to the layout that I'm going to use once the market opens, this is now. If you have our AI, this is all I would look at. Okay, this is the strategy trades all. So how to load that? Click on new from the toolbar, and then you'll see we have three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, the premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, and this is what you're going to see. Nothing in it until at least 9:40. So there are no alerts from our AI until at least 9:40. Again, doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:40, but that's the way it moves or works. Nothing happens in the pre-market. The other thing I would make sure you do, in my opinion anyway, is where you see that filter box, I would have it say none. Okay, so uncheck anything. More than likely, if you're starting this new, profitable trades might be checked. I would get rid of that. I would like to see the alerts all day long. Why? Well, the AI might give you an alert to go long something, and then it doesn't immediately might start to drop. That might give you a better entry. Maybe it comes in down into the VWAP. Maybe it comes down to some moving average that you like. Okay, but you'd never see it if you had profitable checked. Okay, so All right, guys. Whoa, I better hurry up here. I'm going to get the layout that I now I use once this market opens. So give me a moment here as I load that layout. And again, if you're new to all this, I am sharing a lot of scans. Okay. All right, guys. So this is the layout that I'll use once this market opens. You'll see I've got a couple of races that haven't started yet. Okay, they usually start right around 9:30. Well, I have it time for 9:30, but the issue sometimes is that no stocks make it in past the filters. So, and you're going to see it's going to look kind of crazy. These two at the very beginning, you're going to see some giant symbols. As it usually takes about 10 minutes before we start to see more symbols in here. I'll explain as I go along. So again, we're in for a yeah, a mildly negative open. This is the SPY. And actually, at 4 o'clock Eastern time, the SPY was having a little pop, but has been steadily declining since. You know what pop, guys, is TH. So TH actually moved off the lows in a big way. Wow, that's a big way. It's almost a dollar from from the bottom. And my guess is that CXW might have done something similar. Not quite as dramatic as TH. In fact, not dramatic at all. So TH definitely had a nice bounce. Again, this is all to do with some Texas detention center closing down. There seem to have been other posts regarding that poll regarding Thinkorswim. Some say it's okay. Some say they're having the same sort of issue you're having. Give me one moment, please. Okay, guys. So I'll have a little disruption, probably between about 20. Let's see, 9:30. So 20 to 10 to about 10 to 10. So I might be mute. All right. So there is a regional problem then. Okay. Regional. We're talking about Thinkorswim. All right, guys. Yeah, the market's going to open in less than a minute. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. Yeah, well, we saw DXC all day yesterday. Eula in our YouTube room. Yeah, DXC. We saw that yesterday. You saw had a big day yesterday. Pulled back a little bit. Moved after hours again. You're right, because I was remember we were watching DXC yesterday. That's right. I was watching this yesterday for the big move, and it didn't happen until 4 or 3:45, and by that time I was gone. That's right. Now I do remember. All right, guys, we're now open. So that's what I'm talking about with the giant symbols. All right, there's Pixie moving down. Now, TH, it's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. However, I don't like the fact that it pulled up so much. Okay, guys, Affirm, very strong on that Apple news. Very strong on that Apple news. Affirm trading higher after Apple announced the firm's payment products are expected to be available to Apple Pay users later this year. Yeah, ZIM is moving down, guys. ZIM. This was, I think this was an AI. Yeah, this was an AI alert a few weeks ago, but I think this showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown here on this day, so 3 days ago, and it was a wonderful short. Woo, GME getting hit here. I was hoping actually we get back over 25, but so the low yesterday, it's approaching that low of yesterday, 2306. So it's getting about 60 cents away from the low of yesterday for GME. So again, guys, this is all jumbled up. It'll look like this probably for the first 10 minutes. Okay. And then it'll settle down. Yeah, I mean, I just don't like trading in the first 10, but if you're less conservative than I am, I mean, there's an alert there, 1840 for ZIM, 1840 down to 1813 now. And again, I'm sharing a lot of scans, okay? Yeah, there's the AISP. So if you're in this one, if you took it, I mean, very choppy, but it looks to me anyway, could be a lot of some resistance around between the current price and say 420 or so. Yesterday, guys, yesterday's big one, MLGO, big one on the way up and a big one on the way down. So MLGO now is moving again, MLGO. Wow. Didn't think I'd hit that alert today, but there's GME now at the low of yesterday. That's a big, big opening, a 15-minute candle. course, Mara dropping with Bitcoin, guys. Mara drop. Look at Mara, man, dropping with Bitcoin. Let's take a look at IBIT. Yeah, so this is down 3.6%. So yeah, I mean, there's the bit. If you want to trade Bitcoin, you can use this IBIT. So the VWAP for AAFRM is just underneath it now. 3302 is the VWAP. So it's just a little bit underneath the VWAP. Let's see if it can pop above the VWAP and move, or is that enough resistance so that it'll start to move down again? All right, guys, TH. I don't think I can get it. I know it's early, but this TH is through the, well, that's sorry, that is on the weekly chart. There's a 200-day moving average way up there. Lifetime low. It's not a lifetime low, but TH really, really, along with CXW. Okay, give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, as I say, I'll have a little disruption for about 10 minutes and then back to normal. EJH, yeah, somebody mentioned this one. Draw EJ. Wow. Of course, this again. I'm not seeing this until it hits 50 cents, and because my all my scanners, the minimum I have is 50 cents, so I would not have seen this until it hit 50 cents. It's a volume like 1.9 million. Yeah, hard to get too enthusiastic about this LPA, guys. I mean, yeah, it has some wild, obvious. I mean, if you didn't see this 2 weeks ago, it got up to $500, but it's all over the place. The spread is usually horrible. You got to be awfully, awfully careful if you even dare to trade this LPA. So Hood again is weak because of Bitcoin. Wow, look at the SPY now, guys. So the SPY is getting a bit of a hit here. Take a look at the market. So the Dow's down 250. Nas is down a little bit. SPY is down. So seeing a lot of stocks that look like this right now, 3 or 4 red candles and then big bottoming tails. Ah, nicely done, Dak, AISP. Well, coming right into that little area that could stop it, but right now we're in that 430 mark. What did I get up to? Got up to 429. So let's see if this actually will stop at that little 430 area on the daily chart. No idea, Poe. I didn't have a Windows update. I had one last week, but I have not had one. I have not had a problem, so I have no idea. Maybe go to the help. Go to my home page. Excuse me, and click on the help area and ask the question. I can't help. I have no idea. So if you click on where are you? Come on. There we are. Finally, need help? Okay. Ask and then chat and just ask the question. See what they say. I have no idea. So there is the other prison stock, guys. It wasn't really lumped into the CXW or the TH, but it's being dragged down because of the news for TH and CXW. Here's one that I didn't see in the pre-market, guys. WETH. WETH. Look at this one. WETH really didn't do much in the pre-market. It's the float is 12.6 million China stock. See if there's any news. I don't see any specific news on it. WETH. Whoops. Yeah, he's knocking on the door.
Chloe, stay. Chloe, please. Come on. Chloe. Chloe, please, my bag, honey. Chloe, please, don't.
Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. My wife is off to Miami, so maybe in your neck of the woods, Captain. Okay. So this is the Apple Bull. Okay, the Apple Bull. is Actually, it's got a fair amount of volume. Okay, so if you're looking to trade Apple as an ETF, you want to spend whatever Apple is now. Excuse me. Sorry. Um, this is an ETF designed specifically for Apple, AAPU, to go long, and you'll get double the. So Apple right now probably is up 2.3%. Yeah, 2.5%. Okay, so if you want to go long Apple and you don't want to trade Apple as such, you can trade this one. You'll get double the move. Of course, double the move down also. Now look at Geo now. I mean, this is just a sympathy move with CXW and TH. Sympathy move. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, so a little bit of a pullback now for AISP. 406 is the VWAP, and what did it get you? Got it into that VWAP area. Okay. Ooh, look at Affirm now. Affirm is really reeling a bit. I mean, I got as high as 34.40 on that Apple News. All right, Mobileye. Now this one, yeah, very choppy yesterday also, but look at this now. Probably moving just with the market. Okay, MM. Yes, I did see it. I did see it. Real interesting. Fortunately, I got disrupted having to see my wife off into the taxi. So, Man, here's another one. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the CTVA. Now, CTVA through down through the 200-day moving average. A little bit choppy though. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Boy, if it can ever take this out in a big way, again, the 50 in a big way, look left. The next low on the weekly chart is around 45.24, and that is for CTVA. See if there's any news on this one. Expend single digit EBITDA growth. So they're sort of prepping the market. They don't release until August 1st. For Novavax, yeah, NVAX has been all over the place, really, the last 3 days after the big run up. Now we're having a nice run in Novavax now, NVAX. Cheap one, guys, Curie, CURI, Curiosity Stream. CURI is on the move here, over $1. Next high looking left is around 125-ish, probably a low float. Yeah, not crazy low, 29 million. Yeah, Mike, in our YouTube room, there are many people talking about issues with logging into Thinkorswim. So yes, I think if you go to their, I don't have Thinkorswim, but I'll just pass it on. I think if you go to their homepage, they're recognizing that it depends on the server you're on, I guess. So yes, yeah, I'm not with you on it yet, Dak. I mean, on the GME short, and yet I don't know if I will, but no, I know. I mean, it's amazing. That's the most I've ever seen at Interactive Brokers for GME shorts. Oh, the feast or famine. It's zero or 2 to 3 million now. All right, 10 cent TMA. Is this doing anything interesting? Again, I look left and I can't take it. I'm just looking left on TME. To me, it's coming into too much near-term resistance, so can't do it. Now, mention the Curie guys. Wow, look at this thing go. So coming maybe into some resistance around 125. CURI. Wow, this cure. I mean, I did not take it, but man, oh man, CURI. Look at this thing move. Author again. Here these companies are now coming out with these press releases. We've seen this before, but it seems like they're it's almost cyclical. So another little company authorizing an up to $4 million share buyback, and so that pops the stock. Remember, operative up to. They could do 0 to 4. Guys, NC looks weak. INCY looks weak to me anyway. There's room down to about 58. Yeah, well, listen, AAPU is ripping here. Again, you want to go long Apple, you can buy this. This is an Apple ETF designed specifically for Apple, 2 times. So an Apple must be up about 3.15% now. And this will give you double. But again, if Apple moves down, this will be down double whatever Apple is. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm surprised it's not. Well, it can't be. Okay, that's why it's not L for long. U. How about AAPS? Just let's see if AAPS is it. No, somebody don't know. I just don't know. Well, I'm kind of watching the INSEE just to see if it has a bit of a drop down to that whole number area. There's a good. I don't think there's any symbol like that. Yeah, I mean, Apple is just ripping here. Look at this again. The AAPU. All right. You know what? With this market, kind of stopping the move down, kind of. We'll have to see if this 50-minute candle can turn green. Might look for some bounce plays out of these losers. Okay. Like Geo, maybe Geo will have a nice. I mean, it's had a huge bottoming tail, big topping tail here, but maybe it's due for a bit of a bounce here. GEO. It's the VWAP is at 1311, so it's holding the VWAP. Let's see if it moves above the VWAP and gives us a bit of a bounce play. Geo, it's right at the VWAP. Oh my, AISP guys, AISP still, though there's the next high looking left. 463 is the next high looking left. Okay, and this is a nice one from our AI. We had the alert at 407. That's what I'm talking about. 407, you can see right there. That's from our AI, 407, 449 now. And it hit right into that high looking left at 480, 450. Come on, Geo, into the 20s. It's a big bounce for GME, actually, isn't it? Over a dollar. Nah, get out of it. Well, let's see what it did. I mean, GME got through the VWAP at 2360. It got through the VWAP, 2360. I mean, if AISP can get through this 450, well, actually, 450 is right here. Here's the high. 463, actually, 463. The next high after that is 488. And then we've got 526. Ah, so that's what it is. AAPD is the short. Thank you for looking that up, I guess. So if you want to short Apple, okay, you can buy this one. So, this is on a bounce right now. Thank you, Pepe. They were not that active, were they? I mean, when we looked at these a while ago, they hardly traded at all. But I guess on a day like today, okay, guys, ZK is an earnings play, and it is starting to. Wow, not starting to. It has been really selling off. What's the volume like? So this was an earnings play. Saw this in the pre-market, looked pretty good, and this is a pretty big sell-off now. A lot of shorts available. Yeah, seeing a lot of stocks that look like this now, guys. Big bottoming tail, big opening 15-minute candles, mimicking the SPY, and then some of them are sort of popping a little bit, bouncing off the lows, like the SPY is. That is like Sunrun, RUN. All right, guys, keep an eye on this AISP. I mean, it's coming right back into the VWAP. 415 is the VWAP, so it's coming into it. I got down to 417. Maybe that holds it. Let's watch it at the VWAP here, see if it holds at 413 level. Dak, you're doing it again. You don't have to have a big explanation to take you away from trading. Okay. You don't have to do that. I mean, it's up to you, but you don't have to do that. All right, guys, I'm watching the AISP as it's looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. Okay. AISP, the VWAP now is at 415. It's increased, I think, from 413 to 415. So it's trying to hold the VWAP. And let's see if it can hold and then make another little surge up. And that's the AISP. Keep an eye on the AISP, guys. It seems like it's trying to hold the VWAP. Again, this is looking kind of weird because there are not that many stocks that are meeting my filter requirements in this race, the large cap race, and somewhat obvious with the market being down. Okay, many more in the large cap losers, but a lot of these can really, depending what the market's doing, can turn into bounce plays. Take a look at the ZIM, especially if they're not trading down for any specific reason other than the market being down. Now ZIM, I think, if I had any news. Yeah, so good news, possible slowing of the Red Sea hostilities, bad news for the shipping company. Here's another one on the move, guys. BDTX, BDTX. All right, GME now, guys. GME over. Wow, I missed it. I missed it. Just trying to get it. It almost looks like it's halted. No, it's not halted. Almost looks like this is halted. No, it's not halted. Okay. Ugh, I keep. Okay. All right, guys. So AISP broke down underneath the VWAP. So this is a non-starter for me now. And there's GME halted now, guys. GME now halted. Okay, GME. I thought it was going to get halted. The reason I thought it was going to get halted is because it was the bid ask was just sort of stalled. So AISP, let me take a look at AISP and see. Yeah, there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. FNC flying, Real says. FNC flying as the CEO steps down. The blow to your ego. You leave. Company, is it FNC? I don't have a symbol for that one. Not FNC, Real. Must be something else, obviously. FMC, okay. Hit the post. FMC. Yeah. So again, blow to your ego. You leave and the company rips. All right. So GME 10:21 plus 42 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. This is PJ. You obviously haven't seen him play. Can't do it all himself. Oh, I'm kidding. I'm sure you have. Okay, guys, what time is it? 10:19. So time I do, and I'm waiting on this GME halt. Well, okay, trade 25. I think the conjecture was that everybody was waiting for Apple to come up with some AI news at the very beginning. and they didn't, and it took a while, and they came out with AI, I think, anyway. I think that's the reason why Apple was dropping yesterday. They didn't come up with the AI news right at the very beginning. Okay, guys, Barry's homepage. So click on it, and this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription, here is a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay. And again, if you want to take out a subscription, please use the code. Using the code really helps the room. The room gets credit for the subscription, and that really, really helps to keep this room free. Okay. So again, if you're going to take out a subscription, you may as well use my code. Keeps the room free. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. First one, download and install. First startup and login. Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. 10 short videos. You must do that to begin. Trading 101 if you're new to trading. If you are new to trading, this is for you. This is a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Michael will actually be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. I'll show you how you can get there. Come on. No, that was a weird one, guys. I mean, GME it popped through up to through 26 and then came right back down. So this is going to be a wild one. Not going to be it. Going to be. It is a wild one. So where was I? I was just going through my homepage and the information you can find on it. Give me a moment. Okay, so Trading 101. So again, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. He put this together, a bunch of videos that can, I think if you're brand new to trading, I really believe you should be watching this. 38 videos. You don't have to look at them all, of course. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Click here is for the education section. We have a great user guide. There's a getting started section. Again, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to find out more about stock racing right here, and price alerts, putting price alerts on the charts. Watch lists, you want to create your own watch list of symbols you want to follow. You can do it. So you don't have to learn everything, obviously, though, that's in this user guide. Like any other user guide, lots of information. You don't have to learn everything. Here's the Getting Started series again. So daily support. I do take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And as mentioned, today's Tuesday. It should be Michael Noss. I will confirm that. Michael Noss, a lot of you might know him. And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Michael, okay? Last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here are my scans. Now, If this is unclickable, in other words, blank, not like these two, um, all you have to do, I believe anyway, is press down and keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and click the refresh, little refresh icon, okay? And that should make it clickable again, okay? If it's not, only if it's not. So these are the scans that I'm currently sharing that you can see. These are the two races that I'm running, the biggest gainers from the large cap and the large cap losers. Okay, these two right here. I do have another race that I'm sharing, which you can sign up for, or you can have, but these are the two that I'm displaying. I'm also displaying the relative strength leaders from the close percent, which is right here, and also the halts resumes, which is be very active. Okay, I have other scans, of course, though, that I am sharing, including the 10-day daily breakouts and the breakdowns, which are right here. This, what configuration? I think the only real configuration is at least 20,000 shares. You're talking about the halts resumes. Yeah, just volume has to be at least 20,000 shares. Other than that, it's just a simple real-time alerts on the halt and the resume. Okay. Question in our main room from Mark. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on AISP again, okay? Keep an eye on AISP again. It is trying to get back up to that VWAP, I believe. AISP. The VWAP is at 415, so it's sort of at the VWAP area again. Maybe this time it'll hold it and then really move from there. All right, guys. So first of all, if you're new to the rooms, I have two rooms that I'm moderating, a YouTube room and what I call the main trading room. Both hear me and see my screen. The YouTube room, slight delay, about a 7 or 8 second delay via YouTube. Not as active. If you want more action in terms of interactivity between traders, come into the main room. I will give you that link. Otherwise, you can stay in YouTube. There's nothing wrong with staying in YouTube. But if you do want to see more active postings by other traders, you can go into the main room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a real-time alert scanner. A lot of programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners, and they are screeners. We are definitely a real-time alert scanner, though. Let me show you what I mean. So if this is an alert window, I right-click, configure, and click on the summary. So this is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen. This is the screening aspect of this scanner. So if in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It's 10:30 Eastern Time right now. It is time of day sensitive. The volume in the last minute was 1,000% of normal and at least 400% of normal on 5 minutes. Okay. So that, of course, that's at least 1,000% of normal. That is why I call this a momentum scan. So if all of these values are met, all these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was GPRO at 10:28 plus 12 seconds. Made a new high at 161. It met all these filter values. Okay. Since then, there's not been one. Okay. So if you like this scan, I'm sharing it. You can have it as it is, but of course, if you'd rather have a different price range or something else different, of course you can modify it. There it is, guys. There's the AISP on the move again. For how long? I don't know. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time I'll click on search and you'll see right at the very top, these are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got. New high of the day and new low of the day. But as you see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And when you get to these icons, these are all of the filter icons that we have. Okay. Now, when you're looking at all this and you're maybe new, don't get overwhelmed. Okay. And think, wow, this program is way too hard for me to learn. You do not have to learn all of these real time alerts and all these filters. Okay. It's not necessary. The reason there are so many, though, is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, they had to create a lot of different filters and real time alerts to satisfy the majority of our customers who wanted to create their own scans. Okay. But you do not have to learn them all. For me, in fact, all I use is the new high and the new low of the day. That's it for me, and just a handful of the filters. That doesn't mean that the rest of these are bad. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. Okay. So again, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So don't be shy. If you have questions, please ask. Okay. Don't feel you're interrupting me. And if I can't answer because I have something else to do, I'll certainly let you know. And if I can't answer the question, maybe it's maybe a type of scan you're looking for, and I don't have one like that. One of the other traders at Trade Ideas may, in fact, have something like that, and I can always direct you there. Okay. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot help, but again, I can tell you where you can go. All right, guys. ASO now. ASO is an earnings play. It's been all over the place, so it is still down. It's showing up on the combo scan, but it is, it's all over the place. I had the big drop and then the big pop. Now the drop. It just doesn't look smooth enough for me to take it. Boy, this AISP, guys, it's looking really kind of tasty here. Well, you know, look, I mean, I was wrong about the ASO. I mean, it kept moving down. When I say wrong, I mean, just didn't like the way it popped up there. But anyway, ASO moving down. This is from the combo scan. Yeah, I didn't really mention this one earlier, guys. This is one of those SPACs. Now it's, yeah, I mean, look at the spread. Okay, there's a question from our main room. Multi-strategy windows available. Can you explain this a little bit and the difference between an alert window and a multi-strategy window? Sure. So typically a multi-strategy window is used if you, I have 3 monitors, okay? So screen space is not a problem for me, but if you only have 1 monitor, sometimes screen space can be an issue. But what you can do with a multi-strategy window is basically take your alert windows and put it into a multi-strategy window. So let me just show you one. I mean, this does not have a lot in it, but let me just show you. So here's a multi-strategy window, and you know it because it's upper left-hand corner. It says M. So in here, you'll notice if I click on strategies, I've got two strategies. These are just alert windows. Okay, that they're just simple alert windows that I put in here. Okay, that's all they are. If I wanted to see what they look like, I would just just hover over strategies. You'll see how they pop up, and then I keep moving over, and I can actually open up the alert window. So if you have several alert windows and screen space is a bit of an issue, you can create a multi-strategy window and put it in here. Okay. It's usually a screensaver or not screensaver. Just if you don't have a lot of space. Okay. Now, I sometimes what I'll do though is I will sometimes lump together similar strategies or opposite alerts. Obviously, these are two opposites. Moving higher with unusually strong options, moving lower. So sometimes what I'll do just to group them together into a multi-strategy window. I don't have to do that. I could have them individually, but sometimes that's what I like to do. Other than that, you get the real-time alerts, the same as in an alert window. Okay. So ASTS, I'm sorry, PJ, you mentioned that one. I know that had a lot of news early. Yeah, man, none. I mean, it's the high over here is 963. What's is this an all-time high? No. Hmm. My only issue with it is these three topping tails, of course. The buyers have been trying to get it up, but the sellers keep knocking it down. This is shortable for me, actually. Question, do I use level 2 data? No, I don't. And do I average into trades? Not often. Not often. Usually I take my full position right off the bat. Okay. That again, that's just what I do. Doesn't have to be what you do, of course. There is not a way, Wolfhound. No. I don't find it useful. Some do. Okay. So I'm never going to say don't use level 2 because I don't use level 2. Some find level 2 useful. I just don't find it useful. I think in the old days, it might have been for me anyway. It was probably a little more useful, but I think for too many games with bids and asks being put in and yanked. So, but that's just me. That's just me. Somebody is sitting out there going, no, 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 you're wrong. Level two is really useful. Great. I'm certainly not going to tell anybody not to do it if you find it useful. Which is not me, PJ. Yeah, that's not me. I'm not into like scalping, trying to get those 2 or 3, 4, 5 cents. A AISP guys. I mean, man, oh man. I mean, it's not just has that look that it could start to challenge. Okay, well, of course I have my time in sales from Interactive Brokers. That's what I'm using. Okay, that's where I'm seeing the bid and ask. Question: what am I using? So it's a combination. So Alex in our YouTube room asked, "What am I using?" Well, of course I'm looking at the chart, but I'm also looking. This is time and sales. So I mean, this is but I don't really pay attention to all these numbers over here. I'm just looking at the rapidity of sales, really, time and sales. That's Interactive Brokers. And again, I have to really emphasize it because I don't use it or pay like any attention to it. It doesn't mean, if you're sitting out there thinking, well, that's crazy. I use it all the time and it works for me. Great. It's the same question I get. How come you don't have this indicator or that indicator? It doesn't work for me. Doesn't mean it won't work for you. Okay. I'm not ever going to say because I don't use certain indicators that you shouldn't. Yeah. SPY's having a great rebound. Yeah. Look at that. So it's wiping all this out now, all this out. NAS has actually gone positive. My guess is probably Nvidia. It's probably gone positive. If it wasn't positive before, actually, it's okay. Surprised. I would have thought Nvidia would be moving along with the SPY. Maybe it's just Apple driving the SPY up. Yeah, it's Apple. Today's Apple. Yesterday, Nvidia. Most days, Nvidia, but today is certainly Apple. Exactly, Jose. Everybody trades differently. There's no one universal fit for all traders, or really, it's just not whatever you get comfortable with. Guys, I mean, this GME looks really interesting, maybe above, oops, above 25 again. Type it in correctly, I'll get the symbol. So I think I have an alert set up in this area. 2504, I have an alert. There goes AISP, guys. Can it take out that high? Whoosh. Wow, guys, I hope, well, I can't tell you to take the trade, but boy, oh boy, look at that. And I think it just got halted, no? Whew. I'm out. That $5, that little level up, you can see exactly where it got to. I'm out though, 488. Right there is at 488. It got right into 483. And I can't tell you to take the trade. All I can do is I'm pointing out an opportunity, and if it makes sense for your business style or a business plan or your style of trading, great. But talking about this VWAP holding, I think I mentioned it looked pretty tasty in this area. I may regret being out, but I don't. I mean, that's just a great percentage move for me anyway. And again, I just look left and I just see that there could be some resistance. Now, if it takes out this 488 on the weekly chart anyway, 630 is the next high. Yeah, I missed it. Well, let's see for GME. As Dak says, it's been pretty jumpy. So this is going to my video that I do every day. I love I love trying to point out these opportunities from the AI. Okay. You might have missed the first time. Okay. There was the alert from the AI at 407. And before it pulled back, it did get up to 446. Okay. So you may have missed that though. You may have said, oh man, or for whatever reason you didn't like it. But look what happened. It came right back down to that, to the level. And, I kept saying, the VWAP is holding. The VWAP is trying to hold the VWAP. So you could have got back, you could have taken this from our AI for the first time. So don't, bemoan the fact that maybe you missed it the first time. And that is exactly why I'm saying when you have the AI, get rid of this. If you have a filter, if it doesn't say none, if it says profitable trades, get rid of that. Okay. In my opinion, you should try to follow the trades all day long. Oh, I bought after. I was what did I get at it? About 428, 429. That's where I got it. Right in this area here. I wanted to see how well it held the VWAP. The VWAP at that point, I think, was 418. It's of course it moves higher now that we have a lot of volume coming in at the higher prices. But again, I'm never going to say, guys, buy it. Okay, I'm not going to say that. You've got to make up your own mind. Oh no, I'm not talking to you specifically, Sam. I'm just talking in general. Okay, if people coming in the room thinking I'm just going to say, buy this and sell it here, and in fact, if you anybody who's going to go to our YouTube room between 12 and 1, when I do take a break, you're going to hear Michael Noss, and he's going to, preach at you. He will nag at you more than I do. You must have a trading plan. You can't just if you don't know why you're taking a trade, then you don't have a plan. Ah, look at the AISP. I'm not in it anymore, but I'm believe me, I'm happy enough to do what I did. Okay. I have a little paw pawing at me at my arm. Just give me a moment. Yeah, there you go. I said it looked tasty. Looked tasty to me, anyway. Well, wow, I missed the boat on ASO though. I missed the boat on this one for sure. I just thought we had an alert, 5151, okay, in the combo scanner, okay, 5151 before it pulled back. I mean, it wasn't a huge percentage move underneath 50, just a little bit underneath 50. Yeah, so I'm holding off on the GME. I'm just finding a little choppy. I don't know how I'm going to trade it. I mean, I'd like to see it get over 25 again. Maybe it's got to get over like 25.38 or so. There's a high of that candle. There's the current 15-minute candle plus the high, the body of the candle, the previous 15-minute candle. So maybe if it takes that out, maybe. Meanwhile, my goodness, Apple, 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 Apple. Wow, what a move for Apple today. This is again, this is an ETF designed specifically for Apple. I think who shorted Apple, by buying the AAPD. Hopefully you're out of it now. So Apple, wow, I mean, that's a big move for Apple. It's up 5.3%. With that float, that is a big move. We don't normally get big percentage moves like that for Apple. So remember what that other one does. It basically, you want to buy, if you really are bullish on Apple, oh, it's right here. All I had to do is do this. Yeah. So if you're really bullish on Apple, now people tell me this is not a great thing to hold overnight or anything, but these type of ETFs, but certainly intraday, if you're bullish on Apple, this gives you double the move. Don't know this one at all. Wow, UBXG. I mean, it looks like it started trading back here as UBXG. I don't know if this was a SPAC or a symbol name change, but this is when it first started trading as this symbol. Looks like this might have been could have been an IPO, or because the alt, it's telling me that the lifetime high, it is a lifetime high here. And typically, if that was a SPAC, sometimes the SPACs, of course, in its previous life could be a lot higher. Anyway, it looks like this was an IPO, UBXG. So this is an all-time high. China stock. Thank you, Casa. So this was an IPO, $5. I sort of remember it, but it did nothing. Look at this for months. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Say two and a half, little over 2 months. It really didn't do anything. And then a couple of weeks ago, it started to get it going. I look at it today. Probably no news on it. Okay, now here is another one, Sage. So Sage is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Now, I won't, wow, look at this. I don't know if we can believe that topping tail here. Might have been a bad print, but I won't take it. Why? Because it's too close to 10, because I think it's a pretty psychological number to get through, number one. But it is it's at a lifetime low right now. This is a lifetime low for Sage. So I have to stick an alert just underneath 10 and see, maybe it doesn't do it today, but maybe it does it tomorrow. A lot of shares available, Interactive Brokers, 600,000 shares available to short. All right, guys, let's take a look at how about the donut? I think Donut had some upgrades yesterday, perhaps. DNUT. Yeah, Truist upgraded them what to 15 or 18 or to 15. They had a previous price target of 13. They've upgraded it to 15. That was yesterday. Ooh, DAC. Okay, I'm going to. That's a tight stop for you. Well, I will cheer you on the GME long. So what DAC is saying, he bought 24.98. I'm surprised you have that tight a stop on it. I know because yesterday I know you had some wider stops, but I guess you're going to know really soon, aren't you? Whether it's going to work or not. Which is the nice thing about a tight stop. STI pop. Let's take a look at STI. I don't see any news either. It's a low float, 14 million in the float. I don't see any news on it. Not that much volume though. Now a lot of this is skewed really because it's looking back point 0.4, but we had some huge volume weeks back here, but not a lot of volume. And it's probably, I mean, look where it's stalled. Look on the daily chart. Look where it's stalled so far. I mean, look where I mean. If people ask, well, how do you know what? First of all, you never know exactly when to get out of a trade. Okay, of course not. But hear me say it over and over. I just look left, and if I see a high looking left, and it starts approaching it, I will get out most of my position or a good part of my position. Maybe hold a bit in case it pops above. Not not look. I'm just using AISP as an example. And they're 488. And what did it get to? 480. Well, when I got out, it was at 483. And yes, it got up to 499, but that area really kind of held. All right, guys. So yeah, GME is now it's getting a little more interesting to me as it's kind of basing a little underneath his 25 level. Love to see it Maybe take out that 25.15 again. Might induce me to take some. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just talking with internal discussion. All right, guys, Sage on the way down here. Sage on the way down. All-time low, broke down through 10. Let's see how far down it can go. All right, guys, I just want to confirm it'll be Michael. Okay, guys, Sage, inch by inch, penny by penny. I have no idea where it's going because, of course, it has no, it's an all-time low. So there's no support for Sage, SAGE. Did I say ear to ear? Come on, Sage. Give me I'm not looking for much because I probably eventually somebody's going to step in and maybe have a bounce play on it. Oh, internal. So again, guys, if you're wondering where I'm seeing Sage, it's right here. I did not get it at 10.18. I mentioned that, I would not take it over that whole number. And look at the ASO. Wow. These are all the 10-day daily breakdowns. I find that they are better than the breakouts. Doesn't matter what the market's doing. People bail more than they pile in, I guess. Not loving this spread on Sage right now. Okay, guys. Well, AISP is taking a run now at that 488 again. I'm not in it. I doubt if I'll get back in it, but this could be one of those though that later on in the day, in the afternoon, say 1:30, 2 o'clock, though it is still pretty active, obviously, and it looks like it's going to take out five now. There it goes. Not in it anymore, but just tried to take out five AISP. Wow. Well, I wish I'd held some, but I did not. So, wow, look at the AISP now. Wow, wow, wow. Now, your next high looking left is at 6:30 now. Can't wait to do the video on this, especially on that pullback. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, back. Okay, let's take a look at ZK. ZK is an earnings play. This is now not an all-time low, close though. I mean, look at that lifetime range in red, 1.7%. So this is close to being a lifetime low, and this is an earnings play today. Lots of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, 500, 811,000 right now. All right, guys. The Sage is, I'll hold on to it, but I'm not loving it. I wanted to see it into the mid 70s before I take anything out. Boy, this was really, I mean, I should have been paying way more attention to the ASO. Very few earnings plays, guys. And so, a lot more eyes on the few earnings plays that there are. And the next low looking left, 45.33 on the weekly chart for ASO. I'm out of the Sage, guys. I just don't think it's going to be dynamic enough for me. What I'll do is I'll put an alert around 975 and see if it gets down there later. I mean, I was in that at 994 in the short, so made a little bit, but nothing much. But I will put an alert around 979. All right, time to look at GME and its VWAP. 2438. Okay, so it's well above it. I was hoping this was sort of resting on it. And a confirmation, yes. So it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes when I take my break. Okay. Okay, guys, there's GME now. Took that little area out. Now drop right down below it. Okay, BENF News. Let's see. That's up 30%. I see it in here now. Any news on it? Let's see. I do not see any news. They regained compliance on the 3rd. Oh, that's back in May. So that's nothing. Yeah, but hey, I mean, it's looking interesting for sure. Low float, 1.4 million in the float. Hasn't traded very much, really. Maybe just starting though. I don't see any news on it though. I do not see any news on Ben F. Man, ASO continues down. I would have paid. I know I mentioned this before. I would have paid a lot more attention to it had it not done that massive bounce. When something does that, I always think, well, could it do it again? Maybe not as dramatic, but this is, since that bounce, this has been straight down since 10:15. So it's been over an hour straight down. Boy, I'm watching GME. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, it's not moving. 30-31 bid ask. It's just sort of hanging there. Okay, guys. Yeah, a little over half an hour. I'll be taking my break. Just kind of sitting in my hands right now, not in anything. So this is what I was saying about the AISP. Maybe later, but it has been super active. A lot of times, what we'll see is something like this, an AISP, and then right around this level for several hours, it could just do nothing. Now, obviously, it popped at 10:30, but we see this quite a bit. Stocks that are really, really active in the first couple of hours, and then for the next several hours, they do nothing, and then about 1:30, 2 o'clock, volume comes back in, and they can start to move. No, that's not. You can have a lot more charts than 8 DAC. Now it's a little bit trickier, but well, it depends what you mean. In a layout, maybe, but you can have several layouts, of course, so you can have way more. Not want to get too into. Do I have a link for the 10-day up and down? Yes, Jason, I do. Let me go to my homepage, here it is on my homepage. Okay, so question in our YouTube room: do I have a link for the 10-day up and down? So this is it. Let me just show you where it is. So if you click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see, scroll down till you see the scan section. Now, just in case the click here is not obvious like it is here and it looks white or blank, keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and do a refresh, okay, just in case. And then the click here should appear. Otherwise, if it's okay, click here, and here they are, 10-day daily breakout and the breakdowns. Okay. Oh, I'm glad I didn't take the Jimmy. I was going to go in a little heavy on it too, so I'm glad I did not. Okay, so here they are. I mean, there is still a little bit of room. 526 is the next high on the daily chart. Got up to 538 before it pulled back. You see how that VWAP has really increased. At one point it was around 418. Of course, the VWAP is a moving target all day long. Very glad I got out of the sage. Meanwhile, Apple probably just made another new, well, not probably, it made another new high, guys. Yeah, my opinion is GME today is just too difficult to kind of day trade right now anyway. It's just too choppy. Okay, guys, I'm not seeing. Yeah, somebody said that Curry just made another new high. CURI, yeah. Been very choppy, but look at that. I mean, wow, once it took out this 130, look at all these topping tails. Again, if you're unfamiliar, you know, you have to recognize that when you see all these topping tails here, remember what it means. It means at one point the stock was up to this price. I'm looking at Curry right now, CURI, and then the sellers knocked it down here. Okay. Buyers try again, right to the same price. Sellers knocked it way down here. Buyers try again. They tried 4 times, and now it finally has got through this. Usually, I would say that in my experience, 3 times is usually the norm, and then maybe the buyers will give up for a while anyway, and kind of give control to the sellers. But they persisted here. Not in it. Broken record, guys, but Apple just keeps making new high after new high. Okay, let me. Okay, I'm assuming. Yeah, of course. So this is a lifetime high now, of course, for Apple. Now, Michael Noss, I don't know if he's going to go over it in his between the 12 and 1 when he takes over from me in YouTube, but now have some strategies associated with the Ripster. This cloud is from the Ripster. Okay, this cloud formation is from Ripster. This will be a channel eventually, and it will be free. It'll be part of the package. And Michael showed me. I can't do it now, but I will be looking at it later. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. These are all setups, okay, using this cloud. So I'm going to take a look, and they're all intraday trades. So if you're into day trading, and again, if you want this, if you want to have a look like this, you have to have our latest beta, okay, and you have to be using browser our browser interface charts. I've got two sets. I've got the two charts here. This is the legacy charts, the old charts, and these are the browser-based charts. Oh, I'm so glad I didn't take JME. I was all set to do it. I really was. I was all set to do it when I got up to this 25.37, and I thought, okay, let's watch to see can it hold it, and it just started to drift down a little bit. I thought, okay, maybe if it bounces back, but not even close. So very glad I did not take it. AILE guys, I learning engines. Okay, I think I've seen this one. Sure, I've seen it, but didn't actually know what it was called. So I learning engines. Next high looking left is 678 on the weekly chart. So it's got some room, but let's take a look at very choppy though. When I say choppy, I mean, topping tails and bottoming tails, not smooth. Ooh, now this could be interesting. The leg. What's the low here? The low here is 1164. Too bad. I wish the next low looking left was 11. That would have been an interesting looking potential short for LEG. Hmm. Interesting. I know I'm talking to myself, but can you look at CTVA? Cool. I see what you're looking at. To real. Interesting. CNK guys. First of all, what is happening with AMC? Now, of course, CNK is another movie chain. Yeah, doing nothing. Okay. I was toying with the idea of getting, well, I actually took Geo, but I got out of it way, 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 way too soon. It was just, mentioned this one on a bounce earlier, but I got out of it. Made a pittance on it. That was it. But it has really been nice. How's the TH doing? Bouncing like Geo? No. So Geo was just, knocked down because it's another prison stock like TH and CXW. So it was sort of knocked down because of that, but it did not have specific news like these two did. All right, guys, 11:40, 20 minutes for my break. Things have really slowed down now for me. Alien life form, ALF, SPAC. When? Not trading yet. Casa? Yeah, I didn't mention this one, but this is an earnings play, YEXT. This is also an earnings play. I'm going to switch this to a 10-minute chart because this is what this guy Ripster, this is what he bases his stuff on. I don't know why, but man, I should have flipped the script on the Sage and gone long. Wow, ZTO has got a lot of room. 2162 has about a dollar to the 200-day moving average, moving down. Yeah, so 2274 was the low looking left. So it's at 2251 now, continuing to move down. Wow. I had no idea Garmin was up here. GRMN. I had no, I thought it was really had, I thought it was maybe a $20 stock. So, so GRMN. So, William says that Citron is negative on them from the Apple conference. Okay, guys, sorry, just again, lots of stuff happening. I won't say internally real. We have a channel, a Slack channel at AI, AITI. Keep an eye on DXC, guys. DXC is kind of, I wouldn't call it consolidating, but I mean, it's been chopping around a bit here, but is trying maybe if it can get through this 1831 or so. This might give us a little bit of a play. That is for DXC. Man, we waited all day yesterday for this move here, which didn't happen until, well, almost when the market was closing. Well, got into the pre after hours and it just ripped. And yeah, this is somebody pointed out in our YouTube room. Apollo Global and Kyndryl Holdings consider joint acquisition of DXC Technology. So that was really the reason. But as far as DXC is concerned, well, I may not be around to see that happen. 2050. Okay, guys, getting close to my break time. So what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link into our main room. So if you want to head over and listen to Michael while he's on between 12 and 1 Eastern time in our YouTube room, you can do so. Here is the link, the YouTube link. All right, guys. Well, we have a promo that I just found out about. All right, guys. Well, I've got a promo code for you. Let me get this is good until Friday, June 14th. So till Friday. Okay, guys. Well, I have a promo code for you. You'll get 28% off any subscription. Okay. Well, I think you probably know. You probably got the email, right? Right, Hall. So it's not on my homepage yet, but this is so if you. I just want to get it in here. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, there's the promo code Kitty28. Okay. All right, that'll get you 25, that'll get you 28% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And that is Kitty28. So when you click on my homepage link, you'll of course see this. Do not use that. Use Kitty28. You'll get 28% off the first month only or the entire year. All right. Okay, guys, 11:54. So what I'm going to do now is just going to put my announcement here. I'm not gone yet. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up in our YouTube room when I take my break for the 12 to 1 period. Oops. Okay. So again, you see what I'm talking about here on these losers from the start of the race. How a lot of these, depending what the market's doing, but Sage, I think, kind of traded on its own. You can also look at these as pullback plays. Okay. Well, bounce plays, I should say. They were down, but you click like a top 10 list is automatically created, for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Okay. So let's click on ARI as an example. And let's see what it's doing. So you can kind of see that ARI had a pull up, but maybe now it's ready to go down again. Okay. And it's underneath that whole number. Maybe, yeah, I mean, the only problem I have with it, 1273 could block it, but maybe, who knows, maybe it gets down to 1228 or that area. ASPN Diver, Aspen. Let's take a look at Aspen from Real. Oh, no kidding, a diver. Yeah, it's right at the top here, right at the very top. See if there's any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. It's not, the market is, it's been dropping, but not as severely as Aspen is. Your next low looking left On the weekly chart, it's 28.54, so that's kind of far enough away. News I had was an offering. Okay, I don't see that. Are you talking about, the last? You're not saying today, though. Castle Management sells 204,000 shares. That was on the 10th. That was yesterday. It's not an offering, but that is, but that is obviously putting some downward pressure on it. It was a week ago. So IB charges half a cent a share if you're using what they call their pro version, and no commissions on their light version. Now, I don't have access to the light version in Canada, so I'm using the pro versions, but it's half a cent a share. It's not a big deal. But they do have I guess they call it a light version, in which it is commission free. So it depends where you are. If you're in the States, I guess you have access to it. Man, Sage, I should have just flipped the script. Look at this Sage move from 10 to 1040. Got to pay more attention. Well, I mean, I don't know what the light version's like, but I mean, the pro version is fine. I mean, if you're looking for active, I mean, I it must sound like, I work for Interactive Brokers. I've had IB for 8 years. I won't change. I just won't change. Well, I was told, it can connect to Trade ID. Now, if you're talking about using Brokerage Plus to trade, Arvin, you're right. But if you're talking about just having a link, so when I click on a symbol, it'll load into the light package. As far as I know, Pepe, I think he tested that a long time ago. But if you're talking about using Brokerage Plus to trade, it did not. Okay. Okay, so you're right. Okay, Arvind, you are right. So yeah, I mean, if you want to use a light version, just of IB, it means that you cannot link with Trade Ideas. Linking meaning, so consequently, I would never do that. Even if I had the version available in Canada, I wouldn't do it, because I want to be able to click on an alert and have it load into my platform automatically. I don't want to have to type the symbol in. And that Michael. Michael, you're not there yet, are you?
I'm trying. Can you hear me?
I can now. I can hear you now. Okay, just give me a moment, okay? Sure. Okay, guys. So Michael is in our YouTube room right now, okay? And so I'll see you guys in the main room in about 1 hour.
How do I?
And now, well, I can hear you, Michael.
But is the quality okay? Just because my Elgato mic wasn't working, but this is
really?
This is the MacBook built-in mic.
It's not as good as Elgato, no, but I mean, it's not terrible. I wouldn't want to hear you on CNBC listening to this, but
okay, well, we'll use it for now. I don't know.
It's not bad though. It's not bad. It's not bad, Michael. Okay.
Okay, I've been in here for a few minutes just trying to. It just kept,
oh really? Okay.
Yeah, kept giving me glitch errors for the saying the browser was disconnecting from the mic or something, but
yeah, it's not quite as crisp, but it's not bad.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So first of all, guys, if you're on YouTube, Michael Noss will be taking over for me between 12 and 1. Michael, yes, is at trade. It works well. How do I say it? You work for Trade Ideas or contract to trade, like me? I mean, I don't know
Yeah,
how we categorize ourselves, but anyway,
I just say
uh,
consultant. I think that's
consultant at Trade Ideas. Okay.
yeah.
Are you going to go over Ripster at all? Show them the layout that you gave me or gave us.
I can tease
It's
it
kind
a
of
little
cool.
bit, but yeah, it's
Yeah.
I've noticed them. Have you seen anything come through the Market Explorer windows? I haven't, so that's
Yes,
why.
I saw CTVA very briefly. Okay, and I didn't
Can't-
take it, but I did see CTVA come through it.
Okay, yeah, I'm just watching. That's why I have it up, is because I'm trying to figure out. We're just building, right? So it's going to
Yeah.
take a couple iterations, but yeah, I can talk a little bit about what we're working on.
Okay. Cool. Okay, Michael, I'll let you go now, and I'll let myself go now, and I'll see you in about an hour.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So again, if you're new here, we give Barry some much needed time off. We answer questions, hang out, chat about all that stuff. So feel free to ask about that. So yeah, what Barry was just talking about is we have this this affiliate called Ripster. You can find them on Twitter, who we're building in a little bit of an additional kind of set of functionalities into just around this moving average cloud. We built in a little bit, and the basic idea between a lot of what he does is using general price action along with this moving average cloud. So I think a good example here was maybe the CTVA, right? Looking for a break of a pre-market high, but it has to be over these clouds. So that's kind of what we're doing, is we're building and we're experimenting. Whenever we're done and we have all of the setups kind of hammered in and working correctly, we'll definitely be doing a video and a channel that you guys will be able to play with, that you can go and take a look at and say, okay, this is something that I'm either interested in or I'm not, and then go from there. But yeah, still a lot of work to be done. It's not working as I would like it to be honest. I expected a little bit more from it, but and again, now this this channel is now out for everybody. So if you are on the latest beta, then great. If not, you can go to your main account here. You can go tools and options, and then when it comes to upgrade, make sure you click all releases instead of the production only release, and then that will make sure that you are signed up and ready to go on the latest betas when they come out. So right, everyone, you can always click upgrade now, and it will just take you to the website, and then make sure you click download beta. Again, if you want all of the latest beta features, you can download all of that there. But when you have the newest betas, you'll see this FX button up in the corner of your charts, and then you can do that. You can customize these clouds to whatever it is that you end up liking. Again, it's just the difference between two moving averages, nothing super special, but you can customize them with kind of whatever setup that makes sense to you as a trader. I think I got to keep in mind while we're doing this little Q&A, you'll see me always switch back to GameStop, just because I do have a short position on in GameStop. You can see I took it here on my demo account as well, so I can keep an eye on it. So if you see me switch back to GameStop periodically, it's not because I think it's something any human being should own. In fact, I am short this thing, just with a stop at the high of the day. So again, just this cloud, I'm liking it. This is a difference between an 8 period and a 21 period moving average, and I'm using it on the 30-minute, and I'm using it on the daily chart, and just using it as an area for, hey, if the stocks are near this zone, maybe it's time to look for a pullback or something like that, right? No, if you have trade ideas, if you have the download version trade ideas and you go to tools and options, it will look like this unless you are on a very, 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 very old version. We updated this years and years and years ago. All right, so different tabs, obviously. So you'll go to the upgrade tab if you're looking to upgrade, and then you'll go to all releases there. So, yeah, I haven't taken a look at what Holly's been up to today. We can peek over to it real quick. Let's do a new dock channel bar. So we can just go in. See what's going on here. I have just been swamped. These are the days that I don't really focus too much on trading, just because we have CPI, we have what else do we have? We have a lot of things. Let me take a look. This is a great website I talk about all the time, Forex Factory. It does nothing as far as, well, I'm sure it has to exist for some reason. I think people do use the message boards, but I just go here every day and it tells you what's happening. So in an hour, we have a bond auction. And then, but all it does is it colors these. So yellow events generally have no or near no impact on the overall markets. Red events will have a pretty sizable kind of effect on the markets. And then we have orange events, and these are kind of in the middle. So I just take a look and I click through these for the week. And if you go to tomorrow, you can see we have core CPI, we have a Fed fund rates, economic projections, Fed statements, FOMC press conference. It's just a wild, wild day tomorrow, for sure. I may need to restart my system here. Again, I'm doing a lot of experimental work. Let's restart this on an experimental version. If you're on a version that's 6 years old, I would just go to tradeideas.com and download the newest version, just like I mentioned here. Right, so just go to tradeideas.com, click download TI Pro right on the website, and just click download beta and download that beta. Yeah, I think I've goosed something, guys. 1 second here. How do I use ATR for deciding stop losses? I don't personally. I use more just chart-based stop losses, just for whatever is showing on the chart. Now, there are a lot of people that like to use ATR as a stop loss idea, and that makes perfect sense to me. There's something I can't show right now. So yeah, there's nothing wrong, I don't believe, with using ATR based stop losses. But all you would do is you'd take some multiple of an ATR, and then you would decide that for stop loss. So it might be something simple like, okay, I'm going to use, if I'm a swing trader, I'm going to use it 2 times ATR for stop loss, and then kind of go from there. So it's it's just to demystify it. ATR is just a basis of, hey, this is how much a stock normally moves in a day, and then I'm going to use some multiple of that for an entry or a stop loss. I think all that makes perfect sense. Let's move this more stuff around so it's a little easier to see on on the screen. So yeah, we had, looks like, had a long in Pixie. That didn't work out. Had a long in AISP. That one worked great. And then there's a short sitting here on CXW that hasn't really moved too much. So those are the ideas for today. So far, a lot of day left. This Pixie, if you look at this thing, I actually interviewed the CEO for the channel, and just a dog of a stock, right? He was a nice guy, but just right from $400,000 to $1. But yet no one's up in arms with that one about naked shorts or anything like that. Yes, best to email me about my or anything over at Stats at Trading. There's a contact thing there. But no, the point of the course is to teach you how to build your own trading plan, not to use a trading plan that someone else does. The whole point of it is that traders that make their own trading plan generally do well, and those who try to copy other people's trading plans generally do very poorly. Don't know how else to accommodate for price manipulation. Again, yeah, there's nothing wrong with using an ATR as a stop. Make sure you test it like anything. You wouldn't just take a trading style and just utilize that, right? You would test it and make sure it makes sense with everything that you're doing and all of that. But yeah, so, one ATR might make sense. Some people may use more or may use less. They may say, okay, give me a half an ATR for a stop and then a 2 ATR for a target. The simplest ways to grab ATR, I would say you can just do we have the indicator inside the system, and this will just average true range. 14 is the average, but again, just experiment, and you'll just find it's for an intraday chart. So we do a daily chart. Basically, just means that this ASTS moves around 87 cents on average. So if you were to buy it here, you could expect to use a 1 ATR stop. And I'll say that, right, if you have Smart Stop on, that's essentially exactly what that's looking for. It's using the ATR of the company and saying, okay, well, if you buy it here, 1 ATR below price is right there, and then 2 ATRs is up here. So, just like nothing, like there's no magic, right? It's not going to be, change your life or anything. But the thing I like about it is just a very systematic way to decide where you'll put stop losses and profit targets. If you simply say, I'm going to take let's turn that back off. Right? If you're going to say, okay, I'm going to take 2 ATR and that's always going to be my stop loss, well, then that makes it very simple that as you kind of click through things, you take a look at something like this and you say, okay, well, $5, call it 6, that's so my stop loss is going to then be 12, and you take the current price and you take $12 off, and that's your stop loss. And the advantages being that the more systematized you get with things like that, the easier I think your life is as a trader overall. The less systematized you become, and the more pure discretion, I think you're just playing the game on hard mode. For me, I don't want to risk generally more than one candle. So, if I were to be buying wicks here, my stop would be at the low of the day. But I'm one of those, I think, it turns out, the more I see other people talk about it, I'm one of those rare people that is totally okay having a 35 or a 30% win rate, and then just knowing that every now and then I'll just kind of blow one out of the park. It seems like a lot of people aren't with that. Yeah, so for example, I bought Robinhood on this day right here. I remember this trade. Take off this indicators and remove these. Yeah, so I bought Robinhood on this day through 20, and my stop became the low of the day right here. And I know that, yeah, often with a stop that tight, I'll get wiggled out. But now that, I'm up a few times my risk at this point, and really no sign of giving me a reason to sell yet, right? Knock on wood. Having very tight stop losses, if you can deal with it, just means that when you finally hit it big, you'll hit it real big, right? But that's just that's the game you always gotta play, right? Is how much do you value win rate versus how much do you want risk reward? Because you got to think of both those things on different sides of like a teeter totter, right? You can have anyone who claims they have anyone who claims they have an 80 or 70 or 80 or 90% win rate could be true, but they're probably more in the area of the 1-to-1 risk reward, or potentially even less, right? Like risking $1 to make 50 cents kind of thing, right? So for me, I'm totally fine with saying I have a negative win rate. I have a win rate that's, well, when I'm doing very well, might creep up to 60%, but mainly hangs less than 50%. But when I'm right, I'm very right. And when I'm wrong, I'm a little bit wrong. And I'm okay with that. So, yeah, the only thing that could be stopping this FX from not showing up, if you have the latest beta, is make sure you have, if you right click on the chart, you have browser interface connected. If you don't have that, then you're not on the latest beta. We have a bunch of users using it. So if I check out the release notes for this beta, you can see the first thing that pops up is the moving average cloud. So we have a whole bunch of people using it. So make sure, yeah, you're on not 5.688, right? It should be 5691. And you can always find your version number if you want to just double check that. You can go account, and help and about. And it'll open up this box right here and it will tell you what your number is. Now, I'm ahead, right? Because we're always on the guys here at Trade Ideas, we're always on a early alpha version, right? Basically, they give us the account to they give us the early versions to break. Is pretty much our goal, is to see if we can figure out something that will break the system and then report that to the guys and then have them fix it before they come to you. These are just moving average ribbons, right? So, the blue one here is just basically a thick, you can just think of them as like thick moving averages, right? So this one is a thick 50 period moving average, and then this one here is a thick 8 period moving average. And we're experimenting with them, we're playing, we're building stuff. What I like about them is there's a very famous saying in technical analysis, which is you draw your support and resistance areas with a crayon and not a pencil. The idea there is that It's not, if someone says, hey, I think there's support, we can use this right here because we have hood open. Say, hey, I see some support on hood at $20. I'd say they don't mean, $20, and then if it gets to $19.99, support's broken. They mean around this zone, they think there may be some support, or around this zone, there may be some resistance. I picked up some of this MindMed. We can use this the other day when it dipped into the gap here, because I was like, oh, it filled the gap. And I think I posted this on Twitter, and someone said, well, actually, it didn't fill the gap. And I'm like, yeah, but right, we're talking the difference of a few cents here. And so the moving averages kind of do the same idea, where they're using instead of saying the 8 EMA or SMA, you can pick whatever settings you want. You're just saying, okay, I'm going to give the 10 SMA just a little bit. So let's just go here, because I know Steve, co-host of the podcast that I do, loves his 10 SMA. So let's grab the SMA here, and let's do, instead of doing a 10 that Steve does, let's do like an 8 and a 12. Right? So now what this line represents is just a thicker version of the 10 SMA. And when it's pointed up, it's green, and when it's pointed down, it's red. I see this a lot. I know there's people out there that use, say, let's make cloud 3 the 200 period, but maybe we're going to make it, instead of the 200 period, we'll make it the 180 to 220 period. And that's kind of what the 200-day moving average would look like. Is ATR move? No, ATR isn't in effect here at all. Again, this is the simply put, just the distance between the two moving averages, right? So if I put if I go here and I click on this, if I just talk about, say, go back to EMA, and I do an 8 and a 21. Those are probably the two most common, I would say, EMAs that I have come across, is an 8-period moving average and a 21-period moving average. Then all it's going to do when I click OK is the top of this channel right here. The top of this cloud is the 8-period moving average, and the bottom of the cloud is a 21-period moving average, and the shaded area is the distance between them. So I can demonstrate that if I go and just put in the EMAs. So just add a moving average, and we'll do an 8, and we'll click add, and then we'll do a 21, and then we'll click add. Right, so now you can see, right, this is the 8, and this is the 21, and it's just shading the middle. And if the 8 is above the 21, let's try to find, I know something that won't be, AMC. AMC will always have a lot of red if I'm looking for red. Right, so now you're seeing that when it's the 8 is below the 20 or 21, then you have a red, and when the 8 is above the 21, you have a green. Why 21? I have no idea. I just grabbed them because they're the two most common EMAs that I see out there. I'm not a big moving average guy at all. I'm not a big indicator guy, unless you count a VWAP. I kind of like a VWAP, but again, I just have these on my chart because I'm experimenting with them, because every time we build new stuff in, I like to play and play around with them. So I don't know why having the number divisible by 5 would mean anything. Right? That seems like a weird human thing to care if the number is divisible by 5. I don't think the underlying stock market would care. This scan down here is just under, if you open up your Market Explorer, right click, go to moving average, and this is the 821 trend pullback. So again, the idea is that, I don't know why, but it was requested a lot. It's very common. We're looking for a stock that is pulling back to an 8 period or a 21 period in which the 8 is over the 21, just to define trend. What you'll notice if you study a lot of trading styles and setups like I do, and I think this is useful for a lot of people, is to really demystify everything. Right? I've studied and I've built in the system, and I've done back testing and algorithm work to literally thousands of different trading strategies and styles at this point, and they all boil down to just a couple things. You are either buying. There's kind of three ways to trade. There's three major ways to trade. Period. One is right. Stocks move like this. I think we can all agree. We've all seen stocks move. They generally move in some sort of zigzaggy fashion in trends. So you are either buying a breakout of the trend, you are buying a pullback in the trend, or if it's trending down, you are trying to do a revision to the mean or buy the bottom of a trend. That's it at the end of the day. So all of the different trading styles and all of the different indicators and all of the different webinars and gurus and coaches and all this stuff, at the end of the day, are just doing one of these three things, right? Buying a pullback, buying a breakout, or trying to pick the bottom of a trend, and then reverse for shorts. So, right, what I'd say is just figure out which of these you want to do. Know that, right, if you're buying breakouts, your win rate is probably going to be the second lowest. It's going to be in the middle. Buying revision to the mean traders usually have a much higher win rate, but a really bad risk reward. Breakout people usually have a pretty middle ground, so an okay risk reward and an okay win rate. And then pullback buyers will have the highest risk reward, but often the lowest win rate. So you just got to decide which of these you want to be, and then you pick an indicator for that. So if you're someone who likes to buy breakouts, then this indicator to you may just mean I'm only going to look to buy breakouts on stocks that the moving average cloud is green, just to say, hey, this thing's in an uptrend. Great. If you're a pullback trader, then something like this scan, where it's looking for stocks that, well, as of yesterday, this one was pulling back into the cloud. That may work for you. If you're a revision to the mean trader, you're probably going to be looking at like an RSI or something like that to show stocks that are incredibly oversold that you think will bounce, right? For me, personally, I am a pullback trend trader. That is what I do. So I like these AVWAP stuff a lot. A lot of the algorithms that I've worked with and played are anchored VWAP algorithms. I really like, click through till we find something. I really like these kind of scans because it gives me a very simple trade. I don't have to think too hard about these, right? So this one looks pretty good. So this OGE, right, it pulled back into the anchored VWAP from this major swing low, pulled back in right here, and then it bounced. That's great. So it shows that there may be some buying near there. Pull back into that today. Looks like it's bouncing. To me, this settles a lot of the analysis. I know this thing's in an uptrend, right? Because it's above the anchored VWAP for a period of time. So it has to be in an uptrend. I know the anchored VWAP has acted as support before. So I know that this is a place that people have transacted in this stock recently. So I know that's great. So I'm not buying something that's overextended. I'm buying something that's pulled back to a measurable area. And I know that if, say I were to buy the close of this candle right here, I know my stop goes right here. So I have a very tight stop. And if I'm right and we challenge prior highs, I know that this number is smaller than this number. And that's it. That's the whole shtick, Yeah, I very much try and I very much encourage people often to not overthink it. Thing to do where we think, the more analysis that we apply to something, the smarter we'll be, the better we'll be. That doing more analysis will increase win rate, and it just doesn't really work that way. Plus, it doesn't really help us, right? It's always a question of just how hard do you want to fight for maybe an extra 2 to 3% accuracy in the long run. Right? We know 100% accuracy is not achievable. It just cannot happen. We know 80% accuracy doesn't happen unless you have a negative risk-reward ratio. We know that most traders, even traders that lose money, most traders will be right somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60% of the time. So then one thing that really helped my trading a long time ago is when I stopped caring about being right, and focused entirely on the risk management side of things. I focus entirely on how do I get more money out of my trades when I am right, and how do I get out of those trades quickly when I'm not right. And as soon as I kind of, call it like a zen moment, as soon as I kind of abandoned thinking too hard about trying to be more and more accurate, that's when things really, really turned around for me. Do I check volume in my analysis? Not the change in volume. I don't care if, some people will say, oh, if it's a low volume breakout, it doesn't count. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't get the idea behind that. If it's breaking out, then it's breaking out. Who cares how much volume has taken place? Again, not messing with anyone who does that kind of thing. If it works for you, great. For me, it's just more about I will look at it for liquidity. Liquidity is, for me anyway, the most important thing. So yeah, I'll go and I'll load up, but that's one thing we always put right in the top of our screen. We do the total volume today right here. And most of the scans, especially the ones in the Market Explorer, are filtered so the stock has to be doing 250,000 shares a day on average. And for me as a swing trader, that's good enough. For a day trader, maybe not, right? For a day trader, maybe you want a little more from that. But for me as a swing trader, that's fine. So I see the cat dude sent out a tweet. So that's kind of popping. But it doesn't hit as hard as it used to anymore, does he? I may actually, if we get down here, I may actually add to my my short here on GameStop. I think for the pump and dumps that guy was trying to put on this stock, the worst thing he ever did was that live stream. That will go down in history for the, I think, the top of all of this. But yeah, so volume for liquidity, yes, not volume for, this is a good volume break, a bad volume break. I look at that as kind of like a nice to have. Like, yes, it's nice if if the so like if you have a breakout and the breakout's on 2 times normal volume, I'm like, okay, that's good. I'll put that as like a check mark in my favor. And that's why we have the relative volume number up here. But I don't need it. If the breakout's occurring, then that's great, right? I don't. It's an old Brian Shannonism that only price pays. So that's all I care about. Is just the price of the underlying instrument, regardless of what the volume is when it moves. So if you exercise options, won't that make the stock go up? No. Because everything is hedged, right? So the one lie that people need to get out of their head is that market makers care about the direction of the stock that they're making a market for. All market makers spend their time trying to be as market neutral, as risk neutral as possible, because they're not speculators. They're not speculators like us. They're not betting that GameStop goes up. They're not betting that GameStop goes down. What they're doing is they're making a spread, right? So Citadel, for example, I know the big bad Citadel buys the order flow from Robinhood. And the reason they do that is because they can work the orders a little bit more efficiently. Right? So they may want to make, and same with options, right? So they'll take, if they know that there is 100,000 people that are buying GameStop right now, they will take that order flow, they will buy GameStop, and they will sell options against it, and they make that spread, right? These guys are always market makers. How much we think about market makers in real and how much is bullshit. Where can we find one to talk to? There's tons to talk to. Peter Tubman? Is that his name? He's like Peter Tubman. Oh, they call him the Einstein of Wall Street. Tuckman. Peter Tuckman. I have friends that are market makers. I would say most things you hear about market makers manipulating your price and running your stops, all of that is BS, right? There's Peter Tuckman, if you want to look him up, right? This guy's been a market maker on the floor for ages and ages and ages. There's Jay Woods, who is one of the heads of the Chartered Market Technician with myself. This guy has been a market maker on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange for 30, 40 years now, at least. So, there's tons of them out there. They're generally all very public people. They're all nice people. They're not out to get you. They're not short a billion shares of GameStop to hope that the company goes bankrupt or anything like that. That's all BS. What they're doing is they're making markets. So their job is to buy the stock when it's going down and to sell the stock when it goes up. And that's it. What do market makers think about your approach to trading as an algo systems guy? Market makers don't care about us. I think that's the biggest kind of takeaway to care. They don't care. A market maker doesn't care that you have 1,000 shares of GameStop and a stop at the high of the day, and they're going to push it to get your 1,000 shares of GameStop at the high of the day and then tank it, right? That they don't care. They don't care about retail at all whatsoever. They don't think about us, right? Again, their job is to make a market. So they have to be buying when the stock is selling, and they have to be selling when the stock is buying. And then they have to offset their risk using derivatives in the options market. They don't care, right? Their job is to, again, to add liquidity to the market and to remain as market neutral as possible. That's it. They don't care about speculators, right? It's not their job. They're not betting on a stock price's movement. They're trying to fill orders that come to them, and that's it. Right? It's an assembly line. Right? It's like saying, "Oh, what does the guy who builds my car think about me driving around the racetrack?" He doesn't. Right? His job is to build the car. Market makers' jobs are to fill your orders. Right? They're not out to get you. Now, things like stop runs and all of that do happen, but it's not because one person, they can see your stop loss order and they're going after you. That's certainly not the case. It may be that you put your stop at a place where 100 other people have put their stops, and they're trying to get some liquidity. That stuff's not new, and it wasn't created with the invention of market makers. That stuff's been around since the beginning of time and will be around until the end of time. But yeah, it's just a market maker will go his entire day with not one single thought about what a retail trader is doing in his stock. And even if he knew what a retail trader was doing in his stock, he doesn't care. It's not his job. They generally leave the floor every day as market neutral as possible, and away they go, right? Do you believe they leave footprints in the market that have been identified as potential? Not market makers. So I think it's important to not confuse market makers with institutions, right? What we're trying to do often is we're trying to see what the institutional players are doing. So this means, do we think that a large pension fund is buying Apple, for example? Right, and that's what makes stocks trend, is that there are, most hedge funds and mutual funds and all of that are long only by mandate. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out where that money is flowing to. So, I think, right, with that kind of, I think Apple. So one good theory that you could say, and I think this is a pretty easy theory to talk about, is Apple has been lagging the market for a long time as a kind of tech darling. And you could say, okay, well, it's lagging the market because they're not talking about AI. And the only thing everyone cares about right now is AI. So they're not talking about AI, and that's why they're lagging the market. So now that they have started to talk about AI, there are institutions that may be looking to, to buy stock that they were kind of underweight in Apple before, and now they want to beef up a bit, right? There's nothing wrong with having a narrative like that, but the question is, how does it help you, right? I bought a little Apple through. I had an order just at 200, and that's just because it's a clean break of this resistance, and that's because that's the way I trade. Now, is a market maker manipulating that kind of stuff? It's like, absolutely not, right? It's not. They don't care. Market makers don't have a lot of work to do in stocks like Apple because they don't need to. You don't need to add liquidity very much to Apple. It already has liquidity. But yeah, so again, market makers are just filling trades. If you're going to buy a stock and there's nobody there to sell, a market maker has to step in and sell you that stock. Then they take your order, and they generally are going to give you a worse price. That's why we try to trade liquid securities, because the more illiquid the security, the harder it will be. They will take the trade, and then they will immediately generally offset that trade in the options market. So, you need to buy Apple. Let's not use Apple. Let's use something like more liquid. like this wheat ETF. If we zoom in on the daily chart, you can see this wheat ETF isn't super liquid. So say I needed to sell 10,000 shares right now of this wheat ETF. There's probably not going to be enough for me to sell there. So a market maker is probably bidding below the price, and they are going to take that order, and then they're going to offset it by doing something in the options market or a related security to hedge their risk. Because again, you got to always remember, a market maker's job, a market maker is not paid on betting on the direction of trends. This is not what they make money on. They make money on the spread between the price that is quoted and then the price that they can get, and they're making that spread, and that's it, right? Again, most of this is done obviously electronically now, right? We're talking market makers like they're people. They're not most of the time. A lot of it's done electronically, and a lot of the market makers are pushing as well, right? So so those are the difference. So an institution, their job is speculating, right? So a hedge fund, again, most hedge funds are long only. A lot of, and this is someone I've worked in the hedge fund, and I worked in the hedge fund industry for 10 years, right? So you can trust me on this one. Most are long only. Some are long short. So what they're trying to do is not, buy or short companies into oblivion. They're trying to be long some things and short other things in order to neutralize risk while enhancing returns, right? So if I think that GameStop's a shitty company and it's going to go to zero, I'm going to short that, but I'm probably going to be long a bunch of other stuff to offset it, right? I'm not going to just be naked short a name like that, right? So I hope that makes sense. But yeah, market makers, they don't care. And hedge funds don't care about us, right? The retail trader is kind of the, I always use the example, I keep forgetting it. There's like the whales and then these fish that ride on the whales and just like eat the crap that falls out of their mouth. Like that's us. They don't care about us, right? They're not buying, this TSCO because they want to sell it later this day or 2 or 3 days later. They're too, they're not, they couldn't if they wanted to, right? It takes too much liquidity to get in, too much liquidity to get out. So they're buying this thing because they believe with some sort of thesis that they'll be able to sell this for 20-30% higher in a year or two from now. Right? HFT algos and things like that, yeah, they exist, but the more those things enter the market, the less it makes a difference. And at the end of the day, right, it's just the tinfoil hat of there's a market maker or a hedge fund or something out to get me, that doesn't serve anything, right? That doesn't serve you in any way, because if you're right, which you're not, but if you were right about that, then why would you fight? You might as well quit trading at that point, right? You're not going to win, right? If there's a giant multi-billion-dollar hedge fund that's out to get you, well, just quit, right? It's a shame because every time these meme stocks go crazy, these market makers make way more money. Because if you're sending market orders into Robinhood, or if you're sending market orders into the options market, which most of these people are doing, that's where these guys are making their money. And they're making just the spread between where the stock was when you hit the button and what they can get it for. So if like the actual power to the people movement to I want to take down Citadel would just be, putting your money into VOO, which is the Vanguard S&P 500 index, every month when your paycheck comes in, and doing nothing else. That's what really would bankrupt Citadel. So does market making activities show up on the tape like any other trader? Absolutely. Yeah. Again, they have no magic. They have no power. They can't move a stock. They can't decide a price of a stock. They can't do any of that stuff. They're taking the other side of your trade, and then they are offsetting that risk, and that's all they're doing. And then they go home at the end of the day, and they hug their kids just like anyone else. They're not going home to an evil lair where, right? It's like everything they do is mandated. You can read the rules that they have to live by the New York Stock Exchange, and they get frequently audited, right? It's yeah, there is no voodoo man out there. There is just either being right on the trade or being wrong on the trade, right? Do hedge funds hire people to do market making? No, hedge funds generally won't hire people to do market making, but yeah, they will hire what they call execution traders. And the job of an execution trader, if your hedge fund is big enough, if not, they'll outsource the execution trader to a firm. But if your hedge fund is big enough, they'll hire a trader, and yeah, their job is to sneak in and out of the market, essentially, right? So say, I don't know, just click on this doc, right? Say, for example, this looks like a buy it or something, INFN. So say, for example, I'm a large hedge fund and I want to buy 2 million shares of INFN because I believe, I have no idea what this company does, but whatever they do, they're going to do a bang up job at it, and this $5 stock is going to be a $10 stock next year, and I want to sell it there. That would be kind of a thesis that a hedge fund would have. They would then hand that request to buy 1 million shares. Again, if they're a small hedge fund, they would hand that to a couple firms that would do the trade for them. Or if they're a large hedge fund, they would have a department, and then that guy's job is to try to split up orders throughout days or weeks or months, because you can see it only does 500,000 shares a day. So if someone were to slap the ask for 1 million shares, this thing would just instantly spike up, and they would get an awful price, and they'd end up losing money on the trade. Even if they were right, they would lose a couple percent in, couple percent out. So yeah, that's the job of an execution trader. Is they will watch the tape, they'll watch the chart, they'll use technical analysis, they'll try to pick their points to buy, and then they'll continue to try to pick their points to buy until they have that order filled, and then they'll probably be given other orders. So that's a lot of how it happens, kind of internally.
Michael.
Barry.
Okay, a couple of things, Michael. First of all, thank you for pointing out that Mr. Kitty tweeted. I was able to take advantage of that. I'm in and out. The other thing, though, you're talking about the hedge funds and all. I mean, I'm sure you know this, but it reminds me just exactly what Vegas does, or your friendly neighborhood bookie does when you're gambling on sports. All they are hoping for is they get the same amount of money on the other side of the bet, and they take that 10%. They take that from the losers, and that's all they care about. They don't care about who wins or loses. They really don't. They just want that if they can, and that's of course why Vegas is so beautiful at adjusting the spread, trying to get money. When they see too much money on one side, they'll adjust the spread to try to draw in the money on the other side to get it balanced out.
That is a perfect analogy. So yeah, for Michael's question, can market makers use dark pools? Everyone can use dark pools. You can use dark pools. The dark pools are an open thing that absolutely every trader, from retail to institution to market makers, everyone has access to dark pool trading. But yeah, that's a perfect analogy, Barry, where at the end of the day, and again, I know these guys. I've drank with them. Jay Woods walked me around the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. There was no evil lair that I could see while I was there. And they have a job, and their job is to add liquidity to the market. And most of the time, their job is they're gonna just take that spread, and they're gonna make a couple bucks here or there. Where things get wild and where it sucks to be a market maker is that when crashes occur, they have to buy, right? If the market were to sell off 10% today, they have to buy the market on the way down. That's they are contractually obligated, have the rights that we do to go to cash and take a step back and say, "Oh shit, this thing's going crazy. I'm gonna see you tomorrow."
Sit in my hands. Yeah.
They have the obligation. They are the buyers of last resort, and they are the sellers of last resort. So they have to do it, right? So yeah, would market maker trade the market different than a retail trader? And no, like I know a bunch of market makers that turn to floor traders, or desk traders. When I traded prop, there was a whole bunch of them, and they trade the same as everyone else. They don't have any, right? I think Raj has drank the Kool-Aid some, and I've been trying to deprogram. They have no knowledge that other people don't. They have no care about what the direction of the stock is going to be. They want to make their spread. They want to sell their options to offset their risk, and they want to go home and hug their kids. There's no.
But Michael, there are some at Trade Ideas who would not agree with you.
I know, but
I'll mute myself again.
But yeah, as somebody who I've hung out with a bunch of them. I've worked at a bunch of hedge funds. I've done market making myself in the crypto space. They're not out to get you. They don't care about you, right? If you are sitting on $5 billion, Raj, and you're swinging orders like that, they may start to care. But if you're not, they don't care. If you're trading, unfortunately, and I know this sounds kind of rough, but if your trading is not working out, it's because your trading plan is bad, right? If your trading plan is working out, it means your trading plan is good. There is no evil entity who is trying to stop you from making money in the market, right? In most cases, the thing that's stopping people from making money in the market is themselves and some sort of lack of a trading plan, or a lack of discipline to follow that trading plan. That has been my experience for a number of years, but I can guarantee you, there is no, I'm going to get those retail traders. I think it's just a natural human interaction. It's actually there's a psychological theory called magic box theory. And the idea is that the more obscure things get, the more people instantly move to distrust and conspiracy, right? When everything was being calculated by abacus, there wasn't, mole men conspiracies, because everyone could see the calculations as they happen. And then they go to cell phones, and all of a sudden these things are listening to you and blah, 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 blah. The market makers don't care about you. They don't know your name. They don't know you exist. They don't, they don't care in any way, shape, or form. And they will move on with their lives, whether you are trading in the market or not, is the end of the day. So more time looking in, I would say, less time looking out for the demon, and more time looking in for the demon, if that makes sense.
You want to try to answer Arvind, or are you done?
I would suggest he goes over to statsedgetrading.com and takes a look over there. I've got some stuff about trading plans, that free trading course that Barry talks about as well. So we talk about trading plans in that as well. Just at the end of the day, I've seen thousands of traders. I am to the point where I believe that any strategy can work and any strategy cannot work, that there is no magic strategy. It just depends on the user, and that the ones with a trading plan and the discipline to follow it will make money in the long run, and the ones without a trading plan or the discipline to follow it are doomed.
And on that note, I hate to end on a word called doom, but we'll thank you, Michael, again for spelling me, and I guess we'll see you next week.
Absolutely. Talk to you then.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I am now back in both rooms. There, I'm all set up. All right, so I have to thank Michael. If you were listening to Michael in YouTube room, you said Kitty put out a tweet, looked like Kitty put out a tweet, and of course on the GME, and I was able, I guess he's not a stock yet. So I was able to take advantage of it briefly. I mean, it's still, his tweets don't have the same power, obviously, at least not yet. But anyway, I was able to take advantage of it and got up to 2587. Basically got in around this area and out around that area. So thank you to Michael Noss in our YouTube room who indicated that was the reason for that spike in GME. So, yeah, the 10-year bond auction. So a little bit of action here. That's the only big deal today in terms of the economic activity, I think. Anyway, how big was it? 39 billion dollar 10-year note auction was at 10 o'clock. So whatever happened did not affect the market adversely. Yeah. So what I took away from all Michael was talking about is forget about the market makers. Just forget about it. Worrying about what they're doing, that they're out to get you and all that. I mean, I've never thought that. I know there are people out there that just are convinced that's happening, but you know, Michael probably thinks the same way as I do. I don't even think about it. That they're hunting my stops and all that sort of stuff. But and I'm sure there's somebody out there that's saying, "No, you're wrong, Barry," and that's fine. I think it all goes, what Michael was saying is, keep it so simple. I mean, there's no try to really dive into all the mechanics of everything. You can really get just all wrapped up in trying to figure out things, and you'll never get anything done. So my next step now with Jamie is, yeah, maybe a 26 break, maybe. Oh, I know, Marge, I know, I understand. What do I think of AISP for this afternoon? Well, let's see if it's resting. Yeah, it's kind of resting a little bit, pull back. I mean, this was my really good trade of the day. I mean, if it was able to take out the high of 537, where could it go? 630. Okay. So, but and that's Raj, and that's the whole thing about being a mystery. Then consequently, I don't, and I'm not trying to say, I mean, it's nice to have, to be inquisitive, I suppose, but at the end of the day, as Michael was saying, like, who really cares? I mean, it's an interesting, topic about market makers and all that, but as far as they're affecting our ability to trade, really. But so getting back to the AISP, I suppose if it can take out the high of the day, but that it'll have to put on a very big volume surge. What a bounce on that ASPN. I mean, Real mentioned this one. What a bounce, though. 28, no, a $2 bounce. It looks a lot bigger on this chart, but yeah, $2 bounce. Nope, didn't trade Kate at all. It's not the price range I like. So no. The only thing I would have disagreed about with Michael, though, and I think he was talking about volume not being important. I think he was talking more about swing trading. Because I do feel that if you get a consolidation and you get a break in consolidation, but it's on no volume, you're asking for, in my opinion anyway, you're asking for trouble that it could just come right back. Unless there's volume on that consolidation break as a day trader, I think he was talking mainly as a swing trader, though, I believe. All right, guys. So the CMND had a big move in the pre-market, got up to 134. It is now over $1 again, CMND. So it looks like it maybe, if you're into these, $1.03, $1.08 on the spread, it's not great. And it's low float, 3.2 million in the float. CMND. This might be something that some of you would want to take a look at, just because of what it did in the pre-market. Now, this volume, I mean, the volume is 63,000 shares right there. I mean, it's not bad, but you can kind of see there's no big volume burst. So we've moved 6 cents, okay? But, imagine if you could see a volume bar that at least stood out a little bit from the previous ones. I mean, this has been dead for hours, from this whole area. Yeah, you're right. IREN has been on fire for the last little while. Another one that's won a bunch of races, 15 races so far today. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just following an internal discussion. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am lots of internal stuff happening. Well, Raj, you've asked this question about the relative volume. Again, the it's a 30-day. Let's take a look at it, okay? Let's take a look at it. You've asked this question yesterday about the relative volume. I know it was slightly different in terms of, at the end of the day versus, but let's just take a look at it, okay, and see what the definition is. You're not going to get any different of a definition, but let's just take a look at it right here. Oops. Okay, relative volume. Click on help. Okay, you can read through this. Okay, just read through this. Well, I mean, if you read through it, you're not going to get any. Nobody else is going to give you anything differently from what this is. Okay. I mean, it basically looks, as I say, it looks at gathers 30 days worth of data, but instead of looking back 30 trading days, it considers the equivalent number of 1 minute bars. So far, the symbols that don't trade every minute, it will look back further. That's why sometimes, I always say 30 days, and then you look and it says, well, wait a minute, it's also looking at something that was way over 30 days ago. And that's because it wasn't trading maybe a lot on some days. But I just wouldn't overthink it, okay? I just wouldn't overthink it. I mean, just know that, I mean, if it's a high relative volume, it means it's trading abnormally. I just wouldn't really try to overthink it. But does it matter? I mean, does it honestly matter, Raj? I mean, most of the time, I mean, here's IoT 1.63. I mean, does it really, really matter if it's looking back over 30 days because there were a few days where there weren't 1 minute volume candles? Does it really matter? Well, you can. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. You can send, something to info@trade-ideas.com and try to get I don't think you're going to get a different answer than was in the help that I just displayed, but you can try. Okay, and just ask the question then. I don't think you're going to get a different answer, but who knows? Maybe there is something out there that I'm not aware of. I've been using the product for a long time, and all I really care about is, like, 99% of the time, if I see something with high relative volume, it means it's trading abnormally. So as an intraday trader, that's all I care about. But I understand if you want to go, and if you're more interested in diving into the weeds on it, maybe somebody else will have not somebody else. There might be another definition. It's probably, well, it is definitely proprietary. But I mean, that definition in the help, to me, it was pretty clear. And what's happening to my data? Hmm. Another user connected as B Bruin. What? Oh, that's interesting. I've been hacked. But go ahead. I mean, try, Raj. I mean, I understand. Try. And I just don't think you're going to get other. That was a fairly detailed explanation of it. If you still don't understand it, I'm not sure how anybody else is really going to be able to help you going, beyond that definition. I don't, Marty. I have never seen that. Never have. In fact, I've never seen a blue, like, that was another color. Normally, it's either, sometimes you'll get yellow when it's slowing down, red when you're connected somewhere else, but I've never seen that blue. Whoa, WHLR just got halted, guys. So, and on a huge pop up here, boy, this might have a huge open. Look at this, 240. So there's the halt price at 205 for WHLR. And there is the potential of the open, 241. Now, this is one that, was crazy weeks ago. I got up to $100, if you can believe it, weeks ago. Well, that's not quite a year ago, last September. And actually up to $200. Yeah, again, in September of last year. So where will this open? Now you can see how this has been adjusted now. Remember that said 240. And by the way, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? This has nothing to do with Trade Ideas, okay? Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:24. So I'm gonna go over my homepage one last time today, and the code is up there now, okay? The Kitty 28 is up there. Same business model as LPA, okay. So if you click on my homepage link, so the code is now here, Kitty 28, okay? So you'll get 28% off the first month only or the entire year. And that will run until Friday anyway, 11 p.m., 11:59 p.m. Friday evening, Eastern time. Okay. So basically for the balance of today, plus 3 more days, you can get 28% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, please use the code from my homepage. Then the room gets credit. The room getting credit keeps the room free. Oh, I don't know if it's the same business model, LPA. I have no idea. I could not see any news on it, a WHLR. Getting started. Okay, so if you do take out a subscription, you must do this 10 short videos, Trading 101. Michael Noss, who was in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, he put all this together, 38 videos. Stock of the day video, you can sign up for it right here. And trade of the week, you can sign up. Trades of the week are free. You'll get them before the market opens Monday mornings. Big education section is here. And then if you're looking for my scans, click here. Here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Any questions about the scans or any other type of questions, you of course can ask me. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Well, if this is a 5-minute halt, it's going to be opened in about 10 seconds. WHLR, it'll be open in about 10 seconds. Let's see. Now, see how this has really changed. At one point, that was up to 270 or something. So now we're open. And now, Yeah. So, I mean, it's a real estate investment trust. I mean, it's possible, but I don't know. I mean, it's properties, the real estate investment trust regarding LPA and WHLR. All right, guys. How about Verdun here? VRDN. VRDN. No, that's not right, though, Michael. It's not based on the last. It's not comparing to the yesterday's volume. It's an average over the last. If you read it in that help, it talks about over the last 30 days. Okay, so it's not comparing yesterday to today in terms of relative volume. All right, GME revving up a little bit again, guys. I am interested to see if this can get over 26. The high yesterday was 29.34, though it was around 32 or so in the pre-market yesterday. Doesn't look like AISP is going to do it later on. It is really starting to give it up. No shorts available now. There were shorts earlier, but none now at Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. So I'd be more inclined to look at things like this as a potential short. The ENVX. I mean, it's just going so mini parabolic anyway. The volume is so high. ENVX, and it's coming now. The next high looking left is 1248. So I mean, there is room. What does your fancy indicator show, real for ENVX? Boy, this INST, I mean, it's looking interesting. The only issue I've got, so it's a little bit above that high there. So it does have some room till almost 24 for INST, almost 24 for INST. No, Michael, even the volume today percent is not that. I think that's an average of 10 days, but you know what? Best thing to do, you know, type it in. Okay. And then go to the help and it'll give you the definition. The big difference between the volume today percent is that it's not time of day sensitive. So click on help and let's see what it says. That last 10 trading days, okay? I mean, just have to a lot of this you can just do you can just click on the filter and then click on the help and it says last 10 trading days here, okay? No, no, it wasn't INST. What the heck was it? It was ENVX. ENVX. X is in xylophone or X-ray. Or was it? Just a minute. Maybe I'm wrong. Just give me a moment. What the heck was it? Shoot. It wasn't obviously this one. Oh no, something's happening with my account. Something is really strange with my account. Saying another user. It was ENVX, okay? What is going on? I think I better Okay, guys, there's GME now. That's weird though, Pepe. That is very weird. If it happens again, I will. I've had the same password for, well, a few years. 14. mean, there's no financial information in here, but I have no idea why that's happening. Boy, keep an eye on this GME if it takes out 26 in a big way. Not that I'm aware of. I didn't go to it. The web-based version, I did not go to it. So, but I will check. But I shouldn't have it open. No, I don't have it open. And plus, I have two accounts, so I can have the web-based version open. So let's see if it happens again. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. I have a completely different subscription on the web-based version. If that's what you mean, I can have the web-based version open at the same time just because it's a completely different login. So you see, there's the web-based version. It doesn't boot me out. It's a completely different subscription. Well, maybe I don't know what you mean by credential. No, it is not. It's different. Different username, different password. Anyway, let's see if it happens again. All right, guys. Okay, here we go, guys. GME. And I mean, Let's go. I mean, the next high looking left is yesterday's high, 29.34. No, 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 Michael. Nobody said I was I'm not hacked. Okay. Yeah, I read that reel. Wow. Okay. William, what time today? Look at the volume that came in also for GME. Look at the volume coming in. Better on a 15-minute chart. There we go. Look at that volume coming in. Four-ish. Okay. Again, this has just been a great trading vehicle. That's all I look at it. I mean, I don't care about all the theories behind it. I mean, it's just been a great trading vehicle. Earlier on in the day, I thought it was a little too difficult, but boy, there's been setting up, especially on these whole number breaks. So anyway, real getting back to the ENVX, I was wondering about what it would say about this one, ENVX. It looks pretty extended to me. Well, that's what I think. Resistance. I mean, okay, the next high looking left on the weekly chart for ENVX is 1254. But you know me and the whole number, 12. I know you don't think it matters, but it sat on the 200-day moving average yesterday, so it's above it. Oh, GME popping through now, 27. Again, 29 was the high yesterday, guys. 29, 34 was the high yesterday. 3.7 million shares available at Interactive Brokers to short. So they haven't a lot of shorting yet at Interactive Brokers anyway. And again, guys, he put out some kind of a tweet right here, right at 12:30 or around 12:30. So it is interesting. GME showed up here on the biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. It won 2 of them on the downside, and it's won 5 of them on the upside. So there's a big turnaround. What's the VWAP now? 2487. So it's way above the VWAP now for GME. I mean, guys, if it takes out this 2934, which is the high of yesterday, stick an alert right over that high and see if it happens. So this one is starting to sink, guys. Is Calavo Growers. What's the volume like? Not bad. It's still up for the day, but it's starting to sink. It's actually an earnings play. This CVGW is an earnings play. Ooh, boy, this RNA has been beautiful all day, really. Maybe coming into some resistance now. Well, 49, actually, it still has some room. 29.95 is the high looking left. 29, actually around 30 is the high looking left. So it still has some room, I suppose. Okay, I've got to induce it upwards for GME. A little price alert at 28. All right, guys, it's almost 2 o'clock, so I've got another 40 minutes or so before I'll take off. So, good time to ask questions if you have any. Okay, guys, give me about 5 minutes. I'll be back in about five. Be back around 2 o'clock. Okay, guys, actually, I'm going to be a bit longer. Okay, so say 2:05. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. I mean, I've got really not much going on. I'm trying to just click on some of these to see if there's anything interesting setting up, but I'm not really that interested in doing anything, excuse me, else for the rest of the day. The GME a couple of times has done it for me. Plus the early one, definitely the early one in AISP. So ENVX. Okay, let's take a look at ENVX. Let's see if it's getting close to that daily high. Then, yeah, I mean it is. Yeah, I mean it's still. There's the daily. Sorry, the weekly high. The weekly high is 1248. You're right. No sign of. I mean, even though it looked awfully parabolic, right up here. Boris bad enough. Boy, that's a throwback. Yeah, I never look at the new SPACs. They're usually what going to hang around $10. Yeah, I mean, I don't really. The new SPACs, the day they start trading, usually there's nothing to them. He is a small short spy. You know what, guys? I really don't have that much more to say. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put myself on mute. If you've got a question, ask. I'll hop right back on the mic. But otherwise, if I see something, I'll come back in. But really, don't see too much that I'm looking at. So I'll put myself on mute. All right, Dave. Okay, guys. Where's Holly? Well, I don't display it, okay? Okay, Chris, great. I'm going to answer his question. So, Dave, I don't display Holly because it's not fair for those who pay for it. I'll show you what it looks like, but it's not fair. I don't display it because it's a premium service, so it's not fair for those who pay for it if I were going to display it all day. Okay, Dave? But this is what it looks like. This is when I talk about the AI, this is all I would look at, just this screen right here. Okay. And so you can see we had an alert. I did actually a video on this one today. Okay. So this is all the ins and outs. How you trade anything from the AI, if you trade, of course, is up to you. Okay. You basically just wait for the alerts to happen. You can see that we had an alert for AISP at 9:40 Eastern time, the entry. I hate to call it the entry price, okay? I like to call it the alert price because I never take anything without taking a look at the chart first. So there was your alert price. I did a video on this one today as an example though. If I click on AISP, okay, you can see, just give me a moment. In the y-axis, you can see where well, first of all, the blue arrow there tells you the candle in which the alert happened, depending on what time frame you're looking at. This is a 15-minute chart, okay? In the y-axis over here, you can see that it said 407. That means that was the price of the alert. So look what happened to it. It went from 407 before it pulled back at all. It got up to 446. Really good, okay? Then it pulled back. And again, I did my video on this today. Because I think a lot of people get hung up on the fact that if you miss it the first time, maybe you didn't see it or maybe you didn't like it for some reason, you can always keep an eye on it. And look what happened. It actually pulled back down below the alert price. Okay. Now, had you been in a trading room, I was talking about this one and I was saying, the VWAP, if you understand trading at all, if you know what the VWAP is, I was saying the VWAP was about 413. Let's see if it can hold the VWAP and then move off there. And man, did it ever. I mean, 420 up to 538 before it finally pulled back. Okay. So basically, I mean, we're not trying to say that this is, nothing is infallible, of course, but if you watch these all day long and, for instance, even this one, the CXW. So there was an alert to short it 11:45 before it pulled up again. I mean, it got down to 1065. Not a bad trade, okay, at all. But you have to be somewhat nimble, because you've got actually I may be wrong on that. That may have gone down. I can't remember exactly if it may have moved against you, okay, but you always have a stop. You always have a stop that is generated. You're going to obey the stop, or if you have some kind of trading skills, you might want to put a stop in maybe in a different area. The reason being is that a lot of the Holly stops are at the low or the high of the day, depending on whether or not you're going long or short. I typically would never do that. Okay, but it's basically the best way to use it though is just let the system alert you to the opportunity. And then if you have any sort of trading experience, then you can trade it, if that kind of makes sense. Now, do you have any specific questions about it? Now, and the software, I mean, the rest of what you see here is part of our standard service, if this is what you're talking about. Well, it's not a matter of trending. No, you can get a verbal alert when you get the alert, or a verbal announcement when you get the alert. Okay. It's not a matter of if it's trending or not. I mean, you just get an alert and you can set either a voice alert so that you can get the symbol read out, or you can put another sound on if you want. Well, these are all these are all proprietary algorithms. Okay. Yeah, as Chris is saying, I mean, if you're talking specifically about the AI, you can set a sound alert so that you'll know when there is an AI alert. These are proprietary algorithms, okay, that we don't show you what the filters are or anything like that. Well, when you say a specific threshold, I mean, you get the alert, okay? So again, as I was trying to explain, you get an alert for say AISP at 4:07 at 9:40 Eastern time. You can take a look at it. If it makes sense to your sort of trading style, then you take the trade. If it doesn't, then you don't take the trade. I mean, you may not like something that's just cheap. It's up to you. You know, you may not like something that's maybe you want a higher float. It's up to you. But it's good. It's a great watch list. So when you say specific thresholds, no, I mean, you can't say, but you look, we don't get that many alerts. It's not like you're going to get 1,000 alerts and you have to sift through them all saying, well, I don't like that because of the price range. I don't like that because of the price range. I don't like that because of the volume. You know, you don't get so many alerts that you can't spend, 2 seconds. And I'm not trying to, you spend a couple of seconds to click on the alert. You see what it's doing. Do you like the pattern? Do you have a trading plan, a style that would make sense to you to take the trade? I mean, obviously in a case like this, I mean, it was trading a huge amount. 89 million shares have traded so far. So you don't set specific thresholds. You just wait for the alert to happen. Now, you can create your own scans, of course. This is a scan that I've created, for instance, a momentum scan. And where that's the beauty of the software. You can set your specific you can set your specific thresholds here. So for instance, in this particular scan, this is what I'm looking for. Whoops. If I click on the summary, so this is what I'm looking for, and I'm sharing a lot of my scans. So, if the stock is between 1 and 100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, it's time of day sensitive, 100,000 shares minimum. This gives it the momentum. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, etc. So this is a scan that I have set up for my style of trading my style of trading. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened, not that long ago. Sorry, I can't move that out. Come on. I move that out. The last time that happened was WHLR at 233. And that was at 233 plus 1 second. It's now 234. So that's the last time something like that happened. Yeah, you have a lot of flexibility in setting up the type of scans you're looking for, Dave. I mean, if I click on search as an example, these are the real-time alerts that we've got. So right at the very top here, the new high and the new low of the day, these are probably the 2 most popular real-time alerts that we've got. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. I'm not going to go over them all, but we have a lot of other real-time alerts. These icons, that's what they refer to. And if I keep scrolling down, these icons, these are the filters. Typical filters are going to be, most people would like to trade a certain price range, maybe have a minimum volume, things like that. Okay. You want to reduce the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So, and that's what I do. I mean, I have a very simple trading style. I don't use very many of the filters, and I only use the new high and the new low of the day. That doesn't mean the rest of them are not good. It just means for my trading style, that's all I care about. But the reason why we have so many of these is because obviously there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So you have, you can customize a scan almost to exactly what you're looking for within reason. I mean, some people say, well, do you have this and that? Maybe we don't have it. But when when the company started over 20 years ago, they tried to create enough different real-time alerts and filters so that the vast majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Now, I am sharing a lot of my own personal scans. If I go to my home page, here's my homepage link. So if I click on it, let me just get rid of this. So when you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, I know you're not a subscriber right now, but you click here. So these are the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay. You know, and some of them you can see the relative strength leaders from the close. These are very active stocks. You know, I mean, it's pretty hard for a stock to be up 38% unless it's obviously having abnormal volume and all sorts of things like that. But I am sharing a lot of other scans. You know, this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. All these are customizable. But you can have any one of these scans. And then, for instance, the one I was showing you, you might look at this and go, well, I don't mind the concept, but I hate the price range, as an example. Well, of course, you can change the price range. You can change anything about these scans. This is just what I like to see, but obviously, you know, if it's not what you like to see, you can make changes. And low float, short percentage, volume increase. I mean, it's all sure. I mean, we can easily do stuff like that. I think I even have one that is because, you know, we have float filters. So if you wanted, I think you even have a scan like that, but you know, this is the float information we've got as an example. So here's the short float percent. So if you wanted a high short float percent, stocks that, you know, maybe in play because of that, you know, whatever your idea of a short float percent minimum, you know, you just add the filter, you know, if it's 15% or 20%, and then whatever the maximum float you wanted, 10 million shares, 5 million shares, whatever that number is, you can set it up. I think I even have one like that. So these are, yeah, these are races. So every race, you start off with what we call a top list. Let me open up this one or show you what I mean. So I don't get too confused about this, okay? I mean, this is just, now I'm sharing both these races, by the way. So you start off with a top list. Now, what does that mean? So if you want to see stocks, you know, again, your price range, this is what I'm looking for. I want to see stocks between $10 and $50. I want to see stocks with at least 500,000 shares traded, up 2% from the close. Market cap is 500,000. Minimum float is 50 million. This is looking for large cap movers, okay? And so if a stock meets all these filter requirements, so what happens is I'm running 4-minute races. You can run whatever time period you want. I'm running 4-minute races. So what this means right here is that this race started a minute and a half ago. Okay. Since the race started, GME has moved the most since the race started. Okay. It's, you know, it's not a huge amount, 0.33%, but GME has moved the most. AFRM has moved the second, etc. At the end of a race, a winner is declared. And unfortunately, I had to reboot Trade Ideas. Otherwise, you would see there'd be a top 10 list that is automatically created for you that will show you the stocks that have won the most races, and it will rank. You know, the number one will be at the first stock you see. That stock will have won the most races for the day, and then the second most, third most, etc., all the way down to the 10. So it actually creates a very nice watch list for you of stocks to follow. These are very active stocks. And these are large cappers, okay? And this is just the reverse sort of. These are large cap losers. These are stocks that are down for the day. And again, stocks that win the most races, you'll see a top 10 list is automatically created. But you can start your, yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, because a great application, especially for those of you who like to play pullbacks, for instance. Let's see if I can find one. Let's see if I can find one. I mean, the idea, of course, is to click. I don't know what your experience is in trading, Dave, but just trying to find one that might be interesting. You know, I mean, here's leg. Okay, leg was moving down, 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 down. It pulled up here. So maybe, you know, if you have any sort of trading experience, you might look at this area as maybe this is some resistance, and maybe here is where you take a short and have it, and it might move down from here. You know, obviously nothing is 100%, but this is sort of playing like a bounce play that fails. Let's take a look at Verna, see if this has anything. Yeah, I mean, this, you could have taken this one here. I mean, this was a nice bounce play. You would have seen this probably in this area here on the race, and then it bounced and did this. Again, you have to have some experience trading, of course. So what they're going to do is you just basically click on the alert and see what sort of pattern it is. And do you like what you see? Not everything is going to be what you like, of course. Now, I'm an intraday trader. I very rarely do I swing trade. So this suits me. But you can start your top list. So you might have a different idea about what you want to see, maybe a different price range. Maybe you want to only see the low floaters and the ones that have high short float percents, etc. You just create a top list like that, and then you run the race, and you just start to see, who's winning it, who's leading it. 1 minute, 1 minute charts minimum. We don't have. I know every now and then we get people asking for 30-second charts, but yeah, we're 1 minute min. I'm an intraday trader. I mean, I've never found the use of anything less than a minute. But then again, I'm not scalping. I'm not looking to get 2 or 3 cents, taking 10,000 shares of something, and trying to get 2 or 3 cents out of it. No, only 1 minute, down to 1 minute. 1 minute charts. So, I mean, this room is free. Okay. You can come back, and I'm open from 9 to approximately 3. Sometimes I shut down. Well, I've usually shut down about now for me. The room is usually open though till 4. Somebody else keeps the room open. No screen sharing and nobody's on the mic, but I get on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. And we talk about the things that have been moving in the pre-market. Of course, market opens at 9:30 Eastern time. And then you can come back and see what happens tomorrow as an example. No Forex. No, this is just stocks, no crypto, no Forex, and no futures. And the other thing in this trading room, I mean, there were a lot of really, really good traders, okay, in the room. So it's not just myself talking, yakking at you all day long. I mean, you can come into the room and you can see what other people are talking about. And again, I don't know, again, what your experience trading is, but somebody might mention a stock. You click, you can either load it, and you can see what sort of a pattern it is, and you go, wow, okay, that meets my trading plan. That meets my trading style. The company, I'm personally in Canada, but the company is based in the States. Yes. No problem, Dave. All right, now listen, guys. GME, I'm going to be taking off pretty soon, but I'd be watching GME after hours just to see what could happen. I mean, especially if it closes near the high of the day at the end of the day, I'd be watching this after hours just to see if some crazy stuff happens. It has not. Excuse me. It got close to yesterday's high. 29.34 is yesterday's high. It got up to 28.32. So within about $1 of yesterday's high. So I'd be watching that, number one, to see if it gets close to yesterday's high. And then the next thing is, does it close near the high of the day and then do something really crazy after hours? So William is saying that Mara, which of course is totally Bitcoin related, is moving down still. Well, no, not. When did you? Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So yeah, Mara is green, barely. Mara's had a nice run, but you're right. Bitcoin is still, if you look at IBIT, I mean, Bitcoin's had a little bit of a run, but it's certainly sold down for the day. So Mara, wow, yeah. Mara and Riot, my guess is Riot has probably turned around also. Yeah, so Riot and Mara are really trading in lockstep. So are you talking about the little side volume bars that you can have on some charts? So I think if that's what you mean, no. But I mean, I'm all about volume. I mean, anything I'm looking at has to have abnormal volume. Okay. And abnormal volume. Okay. GME is an exception because of, it's an emotional type of a trade. But when you look at AISP, which I traded earlier, I mean, the relative volume is 194. So for instance, that means it's traded 194 times normal up to this time of day. I mean, look at the volume, 23 million in the float, 90 million have traded. So, we saw this in the pre-market. So, I mean, I'm only going to, if I'm going to day trade, I'm only going to look at things that are trading very abnormally. So, and of course, I'm certainly aware of where the VWAP is. In fact, that's how I took this. This is exactly how I took the trade, because it was holding the VWAP at around 413, 418 area, right around here. And so I ended up taking this trade right around the 420 mark, and it ran. I wish I could say I held all the way up to 538, but I didn't. But it was a great trade. But you can see how we were sort of hoping maybe later on in the day, if it had been still trading around this area up here, around the $5 area, and then all of a sudden volume came in and it popped up through that high of the day, that could have turned into a really great end of day trade too, because the next high was 630. So the high right there is 539. So the next high, looking at the daily chart, was 630. So it just didn't do it. GME is looking like it's forming a red bar ignored. Yes, this is forming a red bar ignored right now, guys. So you see the red bar there is hopefully you can see in my 15-minute chart, the red bar is totally engulfed by the previous green candle. The next candle is green and it's above the high of the red bar, which is 2810. So you look at it this way, we have an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and maybe a continuation. Okay. Now, it doesn't absolutely mean we're going to get a continuation. And this is a very wild, volatile, fluctuating type of a trade. Yeah, come on in. The room will be open at probably no later than 8 o'clock Eastern time. I don't get on the mic till 9, but there will be people in the room no later than 8 o'clock Eastern time. Always good to see new people. All right, guys. Well, I guess normally I'm off between 2:30 and 2:45, but a little bit extra for me today. So are there any other questions? If there are, I'll have no problem sticking around. William is going to keep the main room open until 4-ish, as he said. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the main room, the link into our YouTube room, so you can head over if you still want to post about trades and stuff like that in the main room. You can do so. Oops, error. Try again. Okay. Well, you guys know where it is. Unless somebody actually comes in and says, I want that link in the YouTube room, I'm not going to bother. I have to go through a few steps to, I'm just getting that error message when I try to post in YouTube. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions. So yeah, always a wise something or other. You know what, Pepe? I should do it just so I can remind myself how to do it again. I think I know how to do it. Yeah, see? I know how to do it. Yeah, no, my computer went crazy when I was, I had to relaunch my chat in YouTube. That's what happened. Okay, guys. Bye. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay. Thanks for all the help. And I'll stop the screen sharing now in the main room. And put myself now on mute in the main room. And now I will shut down YouTube.